Yo, Pep Smoker, how you doing, man? I'm waiting on some skewers, but I've got a salad. It's such healthy food that you eat. Like Moroccans eat really well. It's gonna be hard to get food that's good in Marrakesh. But then, yeah, my bus is in about an hour. I booked a ticket through the site and there was an issue with it, so they put me on to the next bus. I'm fine. But they actually took my phone off me at the bus station for about 15 minutes and then I got it back. I had to rebook my tickets through a different site. That guy was crazy, huh? Pedophilia. He changed his tone so much for the way I reacted. But he kept doing that. Like afterwards, he was just saying a lot of stuff that was just really weird. With a really weird way of speaking. He said to me, "You need to go back to university." Like, bro, what? I need to go back? And no, thank you, bro. I appreciate it. I'm right, thank you, man. But yeah, no, thank you, bro. I appreciate it. That's amazing. They're offering so much shit here. They're offering breads, chips, everything, but all I want is salad and skewers, but people here are awesome. If you like to be full, healthy, and still have plenty of money in your wallet, Morocco is the place. Yeah, was it? No, he told me you need to get out of university. Yeah, 5 potatoes not happening, bro.
Excuse me again?
Nice, man. Thank you, bro.
Welcome to Morocco.
I appreciate it. Look at that. Look at this. I'm a happy boy. I've got my skewers. Sorry?
Do you want one more salad?
Yeah, sure, that'd be great, man, yeah. Where in the world? Where in the world, man?
Here you are.
Oh, thank you so much, buddy. Oh, thank you, bro. Amazing, man. Thank you.
Welcome, guys. Welcome in Morocco.
They will make you feel welcome here. That's facts. This is liver. This is just like, what, the main one, the main meat? A rump or something. And this is heart. Is that right? Heart. Wow. Wow, bro. I'm telling you, no place in the world. Yeah, I like the heart. Yeah, they're going bankrupt if they get the cream yogurt. Nice man, thank you. It's still gonna have to disconnect again when I check my ticket to get on the bus, but I'll try and avoid the like really low low signal areas.
أول شيء يا رجل.
شده. ويش بيه؟ نجيبوا بيه هذا الشيء حرام مقاصد
أنا قال لي مقاس يعقل براسه. ليه؟ أنا بدو سيد مقاس يعقل براسه. قال لي سيد مقاس يعقل براسه.
كل حد سوية. تكون اسبوع يلا طوال صار. خلاص.
ماشي؟
لا لا بعيد
نو
نيكست
نفسي سوزير من
قول له بونس ديالك
لا تكفي بلي بديتي كتنصب قيش تاع الكرات
ها شوف حق الله منك سير الاشكال حال
حق هذا هذا ما كنحق علينا باش سيدي الوالده في الديار باش نجيهم
الثانيه بونس ديالك الثالثه هو بونس ديالك هذا البيت الاول انا راه غيصرفوا لك شوف فين دير كامل هذوك الكوبيات تقريبا في دوك البيت ودوري شي خليه
The fat in these is so good.
واحد النصيحه ديالي يقول لي سيبوا بالله قال لي يا جاب التراديسيون ضرب كليكي لما
ما يقدرش ناخذ دوسي
تيشوف بعدا شنو غير يخرج منه
Yeah, but they're usually not completely just food carts. There are like a number of them, but normally it's like partially an actual building.
جرس بحال ما سمعتيه شوفوا شنو غيقولوا كذا
هو قطع هضرت ماشي تقاسم ولا ما تقاسم اللي ما تصور
كيف جيت خوات في الفاتوره
لا مخير لا مزيان التيسير هذه اللي غيدور فيها التيسير ماشي شغل
دوك النقطه
النقطه ديالو بصح
ما تخليش بحال
اييه
شوف ما تخليش بحال
وتغدى الله نمشيو بحالنا
رسمي عليه مزيان
راه تثبت
اسمعني تمشي عنده الدنيا في كونتر ميوزك شوف السلكات ده ما يسمع يبقى العملية الدنيا متفقون كارا متفقون كارا من بعد بنو أعراب دب العملية
عدتي بحالة ما والله بديتي داكشي باش تفاهموا معاه.
لا صور ديشي وصور ما ديشي فقط التراك يبقى هو
لما غواص لو الناس ترجموا
بعد ضروري
دابا هذه الدائره ديال اللي كنت كوسي ندير كوسي نمشي نعمل
حنا انا المره
نديرو معايا الفرنسيات وكلشي ندير معاه.
كما كل فاكتورة
عرفت
فاكتورات ونزورغنوز ديال الحقوق الإنجليزيات اللي تديرو تقدر في الكونترول عن طريق ديالك وبلاندا
ديال دايره البروغرام عمر خويا الله يحفظك.
I wanted to try and talk about the shit that happened today, and I was really surprised at the response from Zabagasser and a number of other people who were watching after everything went down, and nobody seemed to even realize something was happening, which is quite surprising. But basically, now I've only got one viewer and he's on kick, so I'll say it now. That kid was just like me a period of time ago, right? I'm telling you, he was fucking intolerable. He was fucking intolerable, okay? I'm not gonna say it's his fault, but actually, you know, I'm gonna say it's his fault. It is his fault. I mean, there's other things at play, but it's his fucking fault. I was really pissed off with him. He really wound me up. But I knew that I've been in that situation before on the other side of things, where he is fucking lonely. He's fucking lonely because he irritates everybody around him, and he doesn't realize it. He doesn't realize he's being fucking annoying to everybody around him. And I know what that's like, because that was me for quite a long time. The worst thing about that is maybe that even when you stop being fucking annoying to everybody around you, you just start being fucking annoyed by them. You're so used to that kind of relationship, and I am now in that position where if I'm not, I'm very, very rarely not irritated by the people around me. Very, 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 very rarely. And what usually happens is some people I can tolerate for a short amount of time. Right, him, honestly, I can tolerate him for the 5-second clip. When I say clip at the start, like, see when we're talking about the pedophile stuff? That was funny. I was laughing. I found it funny. I think, honestly, I wanted to end it there and leave him. But he clinged on. Like, I kept giving things that were pretty obvious signals that I didn't want to spend time with him anymore. I didn't want him to be there. And he picked up on them. He responded. He realized there was a negativity there. But he always pushed back. And that's sort of how you can tell he's really, really lonely. He always pushed back because he's so desperate to spend time around someone. He doesn't care if they actually really obviously don't want to spend time around him. he's not going to say anything along the lines of, oh, should I just go back home now? Or, oh, actually, I just remembered I've got this thing to do or whatever. Right, which is what probably you or I would do. Somebody who has the options to spend time around people. He did not have that opportunity, and that's very sad. It's a real shame to see somebody who is that fucking lonely. But he was an extremely, extremely lonely guy. At the moment, maybe not always, but not even his family will listen to him. Not even his family, they're not going to speak to him, they're not going to listen to him. And partially because he's so irritating to be around. But that's obviously rude in an element of other things. For me, when I stopped being like that, when I started seeing different responses to people around me, to what he's experiencing right now, it was when I actually started to get stronger in my mindset, in my goals, firmer in the way that I was with people, firmer in who I was myself, and that only came through doing extremely painful, extremely uncomfortable things, like forcing myself to be in situations I did not want to be in, speaking to people I did not want to speak to, charming people, being pleasant people I did not want to be around. That's all the shit I had to do to get out there. And honestly, he's 27 years old. Alright, I'm 20 years old. I had these problems maybe 3 years ago. Let's say I was 10 years younger than he was. I'm sure these problems are not something that's just black and white. I'm sure there's remnants of them still in my current existence, but really, they really kind of went away in many senses. And yet he's still in with him. And I don't know, I know for me, I kind of really wanted somebody to be honest with me. I hated how nobody wanted to tell me to my face that I was a pest. And one time some guy got really annoyed by me and just turned around and punched me in the face. He gave me a black eye. I had a black eye for about 3 weeks, I think. I had a really, really long time I had this black eye for. This was in secondary school. And he was not a person of authority, but he was a person who was trying to be a sort of social climber, right? And get respect from people of authority. And they were the ones being annoyed by me, but they weren't saying shit. You know what I'm saying? He was the one that exploded, and that gave me so much satisfaction. And also it gave me a kind of direction, because if you're going to be punched in the face and given a black eye, it gives you a kind of direction to say, okay, well, I need to learn to fight, I need to learn to get stronger. And, you know, I bought weights, I started lifting weights and all these other things. And then you suddenly have the direction, right? But when you're just annoying and you can't figure out what it is the whole time, that's such a pain. And I took a number of moments, obviously I'm simplifying things massively by saying getting punched in the face one time simplified it, but it was a really important experience for me. And it was so satisfying. Like, I was humiliated. There was little kids walking by. I got punched in the face by some skinny little runt. He was smaller than me. He was taller than me, but he was weaker than me, even at that time. But, it doesn't take a lot of strength to give somebody a black eye, I suppose. And that was stuck with me for a long time. That piece of humiliation, though, that was like a medal for me. A medal for my realization, for my knowledge that you were a fucking annoying little prick. Which I knew that. But not just that, but like the kind of the direction, the adversarial nature. It just flipped the dynamic. If your dynamic is this constant kind of unknowing, uncertainty, lack of antagonism, that's a really, really annoying place to be. When I have an enemy, brilliant. I love it. I hate the idea of being in that space, and I genuinely believe most lonely men, like that fucking sad guy, sad man, most lonely men are in that position. They don't really understand it, and they'll blame it on all sorts of other things. They'll go onto the internet, they'll vote for people that they think are going to fuck up the system the most, or really show the people who they think annoy them. I think the biggest thing, a lot of the time, the most influential stuff is with girls. I need to go now. I need to get my bus, but thank you so much, bro.
You're welcome, sir.
That was amazing, man.
Thank you.
I love these skewers.
Thank you so much.
Don't worry, I'm not going to take it. Hang on, let me try and continue this in a second. We're about to do a 3-hour-long bus journey, so I've got a lot to talk about for that journey. I genuinely believe this is the biggest issue among our men. Alright, thank you, man.
Be careful, it's very cold outside.
Yeah, it's wet, bro.
Thank you so much.
Bro, these are so good, man. So good.
Thank you. Be careful.
Alright guys, I'm sorry. It is raining right now. I'm gonna hold my phone in a funny way. But I'm just keeping all the holes covered. I'm a little bit annoyed at these people at the bus station, but it's definitely one of these things where the more I can hold my annoyance within me, and the less I feel need to get out, the more I'm building strength and resilience in these types of silly, irritating situations. Oh, there's a lot of tourists around here. That was fucking good for it though, and he was a really kind guy. I'm sorry about the terrible visuals at the moment. He was a really, really kind guy. Is the rain wet here? Yeah, the rain's fucking wet. It's crazy that every country I go to, when it starts raining, I start to get wet. Hi bro. Ah, fuck. 1 second, guys. I genuinely, I can't hold my phone up properly right now. Oh, fuck. Alright, guys, I'm gonna have to go offline. Hey, what are you doing, man? Scotland. No, Dublin's in Ireland, bro. Oh, wow. Really, bro? Holy shit, Dublin? Are you kidding? I'm not giving money for fucking Dublin, bro. Fair play, I mean, he got out of prison, like, that's one thing, but holy shit, okay. Really bad connection for the next 15 minutes. You good, bro? You good, bro? Yeah, look. Yeah, look. It's just gonna be bad for the next little while. It's better here. Gonna fucking destroy him, and you know that the best thing for him, or you believe at least that the best thing for him is to keep spending that time around him. I genuinely believe that. I don't, you know, to tell him straight up what the truth is. I've never seen it in that way. Or I would react by a little bit of time, and we're back on full strong connection very soon. Okay. Give it a few minutes and we'll be fully connected soon. There's gonna be a bit of a delay. It's gonna be dark, but we're gonna be connected. So that's what matters. It's the important thing. Because that is what is important for me.
أو لا أعطني بلاصتك وهكذا بلاصة وأنا لو بغيتي تاخذها وتشوف غادي نخير واش أنا واش تحط لي على ركابية كل شيء لا راني ماناش راه باقا بعيدة باقي الله قلنا بسم الله وتغير غادي ما عرفتش في الليل اش غادي دير
Alright, we got battery. So the next thing, we'll get some connection very, very soon. Very soon we're going to have beautiful, strong connection. Beautiful and strong like an American military. Spreading fear across the world. That's what we do. That's what we do. It's so fun being in other countries and just, even though like nothing works and everything's pretty annoying a lot of the time, you can just do whatever. You can do what you want in a lot of ways. You know, you can speak about the people that you want to. You can speak to whoever you want, go wherever you want, eat as much as you fucking want, and it's barely going to cost you anything. I mean, that's pretty good. Even if you go to jail here, you can bail yourself out for so little money. Sometimes. Actually, let's not go to jail here. That's pretty dumb. It's pretty dumb. Let's not become that kind of streamer, okay? Plenty of folks have been traveling the world and done that kind of dumbass shit, and we do not need to go there. We do not need to go there. I'm gonna change the category actually to just chatting because we're gonna be. Bro, what the fuck? I'm trying to write here and it just keeps on doing it. Oh. Alright, this segment's gonna feel pretty negative, but I want to assure you that we're only figuring out the negatives because I'm here with a bunch of positive solutions, and I've been showing the positive solutions for a long time. But I think what I saw today was a lot of the negatives. Yesterday, we really saw the positives because we saw two very bright young men that we spent time around. One particularly bright young man who is kind of the epitome of what I was talking about yesterday. But my faith for Britain is not in any political party. It's an intelligent, creative young man. And what we saw today was a man who is young, but has wasted intelligence, wasted creativity, complete loneliness and detachment from things that are important. It's incredibly difficult to be around people who are good at using their creativity and good at using their intelligence and have that auspicious energy are much more easy to spend time around, but they're also much easier just to... I mean, you can clearly see how they're going to help things. You can clearly see why I put so much faith in them. Hey, Caleb Dressel, man. I don't think I've seen you here before, but I'm glad to have you here, brother. I am actually really enjoying it here. I've just had a fantastic meal from just some local random cafe. We got skewered stuff and I got skewered liver and fat from a beef, and then I had beef heart, and I had beef rump, all on skewers. I had 2 skewers of each, and it was so good. And they gave me a good salad. So I think the fact it's a very healthy diet here sets you in really good standing. It's annoying, and it's the same thing in Korea. It's like they look at the West and they think that for some reason it's a wise idea to try and advance themselves by, this guy economic is minding up about the lights. I think they can advance themselves by having Western foods, but it's actually really one of the greatest weaknesses of Western countries. It is absolutely our foods, deep fried, terrible foods, and there's a lot of that here. There's a lot of that here in the modern places, but in the slightly less modern places, not like super old places, slightly less modern places, they've got really high quality shit. Last night I had camel liver with camel rump, and I had skewers with beef liver and camel hump fat. So that was amazing. You're a Moroccan. Am I saying your name right? Is it Caleb Dressel? Is that correct? It's a very, the way I'm saying it sounds like a very, very English name, so I'm getting more skeptical now that you're probably not English and therefore I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. Either way, man, really cool to have you here, buddy. I'm going to be in Marrakesh in 3 hours time, and I'm looking forward to it. Today's been quite a shit, unsuccessful day, but I've learned so much from today, and that's why I've titled it this way. It's not even him, it's an American swimmer. That's an American swimmer called Caleb Dressel. I'm sorry about the lighting, by the way. We're going to deal with probably pretty low lighting for most of this trip, but my voice hopefully will be clear. That's the only really important thing at this time, I suppose. We're going to talk a little bit about cultural decline. What I saw today really inspired me to think a lot about some things and how to talk about it without being rude. I'm thinking now, already afterwards, I've learned enough that I have a perspective that I should have said certain things that I am now going to say next time I'm in that situation. But essentially I was around a young man who was extremely lonely and extremely unpleasant to be around, and he really changed the way I'm thinking about male loneliness, because the way I see young men is that they have the biggest potential to fix a country, and I think loneliness is the biggest obstacle for them to do that. This guy I met was an intelligent man, but not somebody I would describe as a competent person. I don't think he's competent. I don't think he's happy. I don't think he's good at socializing. And that should be things which are good. I mean, he's obviously a person who could always come around. He could always put all the time in and create something incredible. But at the same time, he's in a position where a lot of what he has, a lot of his great innate talent is being completely wasted. And I think sometimes, maybe for him, not so much, but for a lot of people in Western countries I know, were their environment better, this kind of loneliness would not happen so easily. So I know so many young men who are depressed and lonely in Western countries. Johnny English. How are you doing, Johnny English? We're talking about decline of Western society. I'm traveling through Morocco and having a very joyous, fun, bouncy trip. But right now I'm on a bus and I've had an experience with a young man who was very, very sad and very lonely, and I want to try and talk about it. Try and understand what happened there. Understand what you do when somebody is very unpleasant to be around, but you pity them a lot. And I know that's the situation I would never want to be in. I would never want to be the person who is pitied and lonely and misunderstood. I would always want to be the person who is stronger, who is respected, who's looked up to. But when I am that person who's lower status and misunderstood and lonely and depressed or anything like that, when I was in those places maybe 3-4 years ago, even 5 years ago, what I wanted most was for someone to say to my face, "You're a fucking idiot and you've got huge problems, bro. You need to fix these big problems." And I really failed to do that today, to be honest. I didn't say that. I considered doing it a number of times and did small testers to sort of see how he would respond to those, and he was pretty just passive, as if he received them all the time. But I don't think I should have taken that as a sign that I shouldn't have gone ahead with just doing a big screw you in the face. You find me on a TikTok. Oh, you came here from TikTok? Bro, not many people go on to kick from TikTok. I mean, I'm impressed. That's really good, actually. I'm going to do more of those TikToks with my watermark on them. I'm really glad about that because, honestly, I put that watermark on so many videos and, like, very few people come over. Like, on TikTok, actually on TikTok I've only got 26,000 followers, but on Instagram I've got 250,000 followers, with 230,000 followers. I've had millions and millions of views on videos with the kick.com/RobinBagpipes watermark, and it's not got me anywhere. On these live streams, what I do, if you want to look on my page, basically I maraud around, playing bagpipes in weird places, speaking to Muslims, and right now doing what I'm doing, which is reflecting and engaging with the chat. So it's at the times when we do this that we usually have the most viewership, because people are very interested to try and reflect on what I've done. But if you haven't seen what I've done and what I've been doing lately, I would recommend you maybe go and just look at the stream from yesterday and skip through a little bit. I was playing bagpipes on a motorbike, playing bagpipes in a market, just playing bagpipes in all sorts of places. Having a lot of fun, but also learning a lot from local people. Speaking to Muslims has been my daily chore, but also my daily joy. I think today might have been the first day where speaking to a Muslim was actually really unpleasant. And it's not because he's a Muslim or because he's extreme or anything like that, it's because he's a very intolerable person. And at the time it was really difficult to be around him. Now, however, I think it was a really, really good thing that I had that experience, because yeah, cultural enrichment, exactly bro. Take a look man. I won't be offended if you leave right now. Like, take a look at my stream from yesterday, just so you can get an idea of a lot of the stuff I'm doing and what I'm talking about right now. So I think like maybe this will be a bit lacking context, but if you look at my stream from yesterday, called something like IRL Insane Day Bagpiping in Casablanca, and I bagpiped maybe about 4 different occasions throughout the stream. I played on the back of a motorbike at night time and stuff, and at a butcher. I had really, really good meat here. But I'm trying to spread the message and show people my culture, but also show people other countries' cultures and why they might be problematic, why they might be okay in some ways, but there's a lot of ways that they're problematic that we're not talking about, that we're not acknowledging, and I want to try and bring that into the conversation. The thing I'm mainly trying to emphasize right now is not really about something though that's generally only an issue of it's definitely not an issue of this country or Muslim countries in particular. In fact, I would say, from my experience, it's more of an issue in Western countries. I think I was almost surprised to find this kid here. I think it's partially as a response to urbanization that we get these kinds of really unfair, unfortunate situations with young men being so lonely and so depressed. And we didn't talk about this today, but I'm pretty sure I can assume correctly about the guy that he was also really sort of person who really struggles a lot to speak to girls and get positive feedback in that realm. When I was 14, 15 and really lonely, the thing that annoyed me the most wasn't the boys who punched me in the face or battered me or, you know, would sweep me to the floor. It wasn't the boys who would call me horrible names or avoid me. It wasn't the boys who insisted on staying 5 meters away from me because of the Robin touch. It wasn't because of any of those things. It was the girls that would do small, indignant things, because that was the real signifier for me that I was a low person in society. I mean, I think still to this day, like, guys put me on a pedestal or they fucking put me down. And either can be a really good thing. It can be really genuine. But I feel like the fact now that I have such a different overall response from girls, that I'm treated so positively and put on a pedestal by them so often, in a good kind of pedestals, not like the, oh, you're a cute little boy pedestal that I used to be on. Although it's still kind of a little bit like that. It's a new form of that, but that's too much to go into. Like, having this different relationship where different people show respect, I feel like the perspective of women kind of gives you a better idea of where you are in society. And it was about a year ago actually, I started sort of getting more involved in the dating scene and things, and realising I actually had so much value to give there was really surprising for me. I hadn't expected to have that kind of response. And it just came from, you know, a status climb over a number of years, where there's so many young men who can't make that climb. There's so many young men who desperately wish to but cannot take the initiative. Well, they're trying to take the initiative, but maybe they don't understand it, or they're not really good at seeing the signs. This guy was terrible at taking signs today, and the way that he responded suggested to me that he's probably been a receiver of those signals many times before. You know, people signaling to him that they don't want to spend time around him, signaling that he's annoying, signaling that he's a pain, any of that sort of stuff. Probably has been signaled to him a number of times for the way he responded today. But what's not happened is nobody's really broken down the real issue, and I wish I did that for him today. In fact, now that I'm speaking about this, even though I'm probably, almost hopefully, never going to see him again, and I do not want to burden myself with his issues, for the sake of understanding how I can do this in the future better, how I can maybe try and help young men who are as lonely as I was when I was 14, 15 years old, I want to call him. I'm going to make a phone call, maybe tonight or maybe tomorrow. I'll see, depending on if he messages me or not, and just speak to the guy like, bro, no man should be in that position. And he's clearly intelligent, he's clearly creative, but they're so misplaced. And I think all he needs is pain, to be honest. I think he needs somebody who tells him that he needs pain, that he needs suffering. It seems kind of obvious, but otherwise he's going to continually allow others to force pain on him instead. And that's like a simple message. I feel like everybody knows that the hardest things to achieve and the greatest glories all come from suffering to some extent. But especially him, where his father's passed away and he's not got that kind of male figure, it's really hard to kind of have somebody who can actually do that. And he blames a lot. This young man I had to deal with today, for the majority of the stream today, he blames a lot. He was saying this, that. He was, contrary to what I expected, not very liberal. And he was talking about how women are incompetent at trying to raise a family and look after a family, and how they failed in a lot of ways, and he's probably right. But at the same time, he's 27 years old. Why should he be depending on, you know, his parents and his family to do that? I really want to help this guy. I want to speak to him, and I know so many men who had this problem. It was just me at a time, and I was so angry that no man would say it to me, no boy would say it to me. They just pushed me aside. And every time I got that little inch of something, I mentioned earlier getting punched in the face one time and getting a black eye for almost 3 weeks. That was a stark reminder that was very satisfying. It was very rare. Those moments were very, very, very satisfying. And it was all I demanded really was that kind of brutal honesty from the man. I think it's quite hard. It's very hard to be a man who is maybe just out of that. I know lots of men who used to be very lonely and are no longer any lonely. They've climbed in status for whatever reason. They got a decent job, or they went to the gym, or they just got into sports. I know one guy who I looked up to a lot when I was around 17 and I travelled for the first time. Oh no, I was 18, sorry. Travelled for the first time. He was from Miami. And he was like an introverted little anxious kid. But he did basketball, and the basketball just gave him that status climb, right? For me, it's my clothing, honestly. My clothing signals importance. And then it just gave me so many icebreakers that I was able to practice lowering my inhibition so many times over without having to do this bullshit cold approach stuff that so many young men do. A lot of people find different ways, but for us, like, to try and look after every single young man that we know who's in the opposite position, because I know so many young men that are lost. I mean, my only friend from school that I still speak to is so lost. He's so lost to me, and the most upsetting thing to me is it's almost like he isn't lost in the sense that he's found a sort of satisfaction in a life of coping mechanisms. He's surrounded himself with so many coping mechanisms that he has essentially decided to live in that way, which is very depressing, but also, you know, a very healthy, clear signal that I shouldn't try and help him anymore. This guy I spoke to today was 27, but I shouldn't have spent the whole day with him. I shouldn't have let him drag down the live stream today, and I did. I let him drag down the live stream out of fear of hurting him and fear of doing something which I knew would have both helped me and destroyed me if it happened to me at that time. When I was that age, I would have been destroyed by somebody saying to my face a proper rant, a proper explanation. Look, son, look, boy, look, whoever, you need to learn, you need to change. You are fucking lonely, and you're lonely because you're intolerable. Nobody would say that to me when I was that age, and that would have, if when I was 14 years old somebody said that to me, or 15 years old somebody said that to me, it would have destroyed me, but I would have been delighted and so relieved to finally have something conclusive. I think, you know, you can be so far gone that he's probably never going to have the level of status climb that I had from doing what I did. He probably won't ever have that. I'm not going to pretend he will. And I'm not going to pretend it's going to be worth my time to invest continual effort into spending time around him. Nonetheless, I owe it to him at least to explain what happened today, and to try and have the conversation that I didn't have today that could have saved the stream, because unfortunately I let him drag down the whole stream, and that's not something I want to let happen again. I want to be very, very intentional. When somebody wants to take me to a place with no internet, like the guy yesterday, and yesterday was a very, very successful stream. It was incredibly successful, but it did have its downfalls, and the biggest downfall was that I was taken out of connection and away from a place where I was going to charge my phone. So I both went into low connection, and I had no phone charge, and I had terrible food there. I couldn't even eat the food, but I was sort of trapped by this guy, and it's a case of just being more forthright and being really clearer, not just on what I want, but understanding what is needed to achieve what I want, which is like to continue the live stream. I always need to be prioritizing connection, I always need to be prioritizing battery, I always need to be prioritizing not getting my phone wet. It's been raining a lot these few weeks I've been here in Morocco. It's funny you mentioned Caleb Dressel because I might have to do some swimming while I'm here. It has been raining a lot, but it's okay. It's okay because I can avoid it and I've learned methods to get around it now. I've not checked the I've not checked the weather forecast for Marrakesh yet, so I'm heading to Marrakesh right now from Casablanca. Actually, let's change the title. I think I'm done with this. I don't want to go too much on cultural thanks. I've got a lot of solutions. We'll go Casablanca. I think there's a lot more than cultural required in this. So I'm just changing the categories. Forgive me and give me a second because I just need to change the titles. Let's be very clear, I don't want to repeat myself all the time as to where I am and what I'm doing. And when I do this, the title's right. I normally get lots of people from the locations I'm in. So telling people that I'm heading towards Marrakesh might mean that we can find a good person where I go to. And after today's failure, I'll just call it like a failure. I don't know if it's quite a failure, but after today's misfortune, let's call it. After today's misfortune, I initially thought, okay, going forwards, I'm just not going to do these. I'm not going to do these streams where I invite a fan on. But that's ridiculous, because whether I invite a fan on or not, I'm going to have to speak to people and try and figure out if I want to bring them on. I need people to come on. And there's going to be times when I bring the wrong people on. That happens all the time. And I need to not just be direct and tell them to get the fuck off successfully, but really I should do so in a way that benefits them. And today, I think I might have said some things that benefit the guy, but I certainly did not manage to get rid of him when it mattered. I certainly did not manage to get rid of him when I realised that this guy was going to be a problem. And to be honest, from the moment I looked at, I'm not kidding, before he even came on camera, when I saw this guy behind me, I was like, this is the guy who's hosting me here? This is the guy. Okay. This is the guy who's helping me out. When I thought that, that is when I should have already thought of how I'm going to get rid of him. Because that first 5 minutes were funny about the paedophile stuff. That was funny when he said that shit. Beyond that, he was just a nightmare. Here. Okay, we got a little bit messed around with the seats here. I'm just going to try and figure it out. I'm probably going to have to get up in a second. Trying to discuss 15. You're in 15. Sorry, folks. Thank you. That's fine now.
لنا غادي نشوي الله حد تركبنا سير الله حد. سيدي باقي منور سيري سيري
I think it's okay. Hey, if you want to use one of these, you can take it. I can take this out if you want. Okay. All right. Okay, we've got the bag up here. Such a funny way to travel. But hopefully nobody's going to be trying to sleep too close to me. I feel like I can talk freely as we're going ahead here. I don't really want to show people though. If I should hold it down here or something. I just want to try and keep everything nice and anonymous because lots of people here, it's in their culture, part of their modesty, they don't like to be shown on camera. Did anybody here have any thoughts to share, by the way, about the interaction with the young gentleman today? Because it contrasted so heavily with
صاكو باليز دومون في التحت صاكو باليز دومون ديالو هادشي كيدبر
Hey. Yeah, I'm trying to show it to people right now. Trying to show anybody on the camera. There we go.
لا لا
How's
لا
that
مالي
angle?
مغلق لا يكون هاني
Cover that a little bit. But nobody's going to be on here. Let me just cover that lady, there we go. I'm covering the camera with my hands just to cover some people's faces. So yeah, there's a guy there, so. See, most men in this country are completely fine except for very elderly men. But women of all ages seem to be quite sensitive about not being shown, which is very, very reasonable. So. I'm very happy about this. Yeah, I was extremely, I think, frustrated just because I saw so much of my younger self in this gentleman, even though he's 7 years older than me today, that it gave me a lot of thought about how we can fix young men. And what I said earlier, pain and suffering, I genuinely believe this is the biggest issue that needs to be told to young men. I don't think there's a singular thing that we need to hear as much when we're young boys that we're not being told right now, that the society is avoiding telling us. Just directly tell us, you know, we need to face suffering. We need to face pain. We need to face discomfort. If we don't face these things, it's going to be drastic for us. If we don't embrace these things, it's going to be drastic for us. And we are, every single one of us, guilty of not being disciplined enough, not taking on enough responsibility, not taking on enough hardship, because that's all our responsibility really is. I mean, pretty much everything we're doing comes under those categories. Forgive me if I'm wrong. When I talk about cultural enrichment and spreading Scottish culture, spreading Western culture, spreading European culture, spreading Western European culture, whatever I label it as, it's not metropolitan, bland, lifeless culture. I don't give a shit about, lifeless culture. And it's ironic, a lot of the places I go to have more conservatism, more family structures and more community than most people do in the Western countries whose culture they're trying to take it to. But I'll tell you what these people also don't have, is they're not apologetic about their culture. And I'm trying to re-inspire that type of unapologeticness, about pride in who you are and where you're from, knowledge of how great what you have is and how little it really needs to be changed. That's essential to me, that we teach that. And is it a case of teaching that? It's about embracing it in a culture, right? That's why I'm doing this on social media, because I know that my message can reach more people. I know that more people can understand things from my perspective, the more that I spread things on social media. Like, broadly speaking, lots of people are trying to destroy our culture, trying to divide the West right now. Europe is dividing within itself. We're seeing that with many people wanting to leave the European Union, but we're also seeing that with European nations siding against America with the Greenland issue. We're seeing this gradual shift towards China in so many Western countries, including in the UK right now. We're seeing a shift that's affecting really Canada mostly, right? That's the most latest one, but the shift towards China is happening in the UK too. Starmer just spent 8 days in China, and he went to Japan, but he moved back home now. But I reckon it's not going to be 8 years till the next Prime Minister visit. In fact, I reckon our Prime Minister is going to be clambering, desperately trying to get that China visit. Hello Mickey, how are you doing today? We're on a bus doing In the Dark, talking about... Maybe I should check, should I change this to ASMR or not? But yeah, we're in the dark on a 3-hour bus journey to Marrakesh. You love the dark talks. Yeah, so today I met up with a guy who you knew from the start as saying something about paedophilia, which is a pretty big red flag. But I'm actually fairly confident that, yes, he did say it in an abrasive way. He wanted to start the conversation controversially, because I told him in advance, like, it's good to talk about controversial topics. But he obviously brought it up in a very bad way, and there was a number of other things that he brought up afterwards that just displayed complete lack of tact. He came across as extremely disrespectful often. He really genuinely was an intolerable person to be around, and I allowed him to really just take down the stream to a place I did not want it to go. So I'm talking a little bit about why I did that, why I allowed him to do that, why he was such a lonely man. I'm comparing him to when I was younger and trying to talk about how we can understand this in relation to the broader topics I'm talking about, right, which is saving the West, saving Western culture, and how, in my view, the biggest answer to that is in young men, not in alpha male young men who want to treat people, both men and women, they want to treat them like shit. It's not in just hard-assing through everything. It's definitely in having families, but it's not in having these hypergamous, polygamous families. I think re-inspiring community is a part of it, and understanding what we can tell to young men, like the young gentleman who I spent so much time around today. They can change them, they can get them out of this horrible loop. I don't know if any of you watching this are in this room, and Mickey, you might not even be aware, as some of the other girls who watch, they might not even be aware that this kind of loop exists in the way that it does, but so many men especially in Western countries, especially in cities, especially in modern society in general, are feeling so depressed and so lonely. A lot of it's being caused by themselves, but a lot of it is being caused by a poor attitude in society, which is not encouraging the men to be disciplined and not encouraging them to encounter pain in a positive way. You've got one side of society, which is the liberals, which is fucking ridiculous. They're telling young men the worst message possible, which is, you know, it's everything's society's fault, and society is basically just patriarchal white males that are responsible for everything, and we know why that's ridiculous. But I don't think we know enough about why the new conservative narrative is potentially just as damaging. Because can we not have a narrative that allows for positivity, for genuine love, for genuine connection, at the same time as promoting masculinity, promoting men, encountering hardship, promoting discipline? It really irritates me that those things seem so against each other. Obviously, in Muslim countries, in more religious groups, these are the places where those problems don't exist, right? They're probably the places that are least relevant to this kind of subject. But this man I met today was religious, you know. He was a religious man. He was dealing with genuine issues that were relating to being an atheist, though. Being in a metropolitan society, being trapped in this horrible, horrible cycle. Often the most frustrating thing for people like that is when people, usually women, but sometimes men, will try and tell them that it's okay, tell them that they're good, tell them that there's not a problem, and they know there's a problem. They know that there's a problem with them, even if they haven't found a way to express that yet, or to really understand it or consolidate those thoughts properly. Like, holy shit, I was fucking, before I was even 14 and 15 and really depressed, when I was like 11, 12, I still knew that shit. When I was 8, 9 years old, I still knew that shit. I knew me opposing society was looked down upon. Whenever anybody tried to make it seem like it was otherwise, I would just get really angry. There's no point in telling them that. But you gotta tell them. You gotta tell them something. And I think the narrative is like, life is beautiful, the world is beautiful, people are beautiful, you should treat them in that way. It's not about telling them they're all bitches and being hard. You fucking big dog, you've got to be on top of it, you've got to work your way through. No, it's not anything close to that even. I would say it's telling them how incredible it is, telling them how to be kind, how to be genuine, how to be authentic, how to be spiritual or religious even, but certainly, if anything, if any one thing, how to be disciplined. And I did not have this growing up. I was not encouraged to be disciplined growing up, you know? Like, and I know so many people who are in the same situation. So many people who are so ignorant to their own weaknesses. Young men that just don't want to face pain. I mean, it's tragic. Imagine not wanting to face pain. Pain is literally the best thing we could possibly face. But of course, we don't realise it in the right way. And we do realise it because, you know, I'm aware of it in the way that I'm talking about it. There's always a billion ways that I realise I'm not taking on enough pain. There's always so many little ways that I realise I'm not taking on enough hardship. There's always so many different ways that I can improve my attitude and my approach. Whether that's because I'm scrolling too much on my phone, or because I'm sinking into a pit of blaming something on something else and not realising it. Like on these streams, wow, these streams have been so revealing for me. So revealing. Like every single stream I listen to, I've got so much negative thought and so many things that I thought I'd maybe worked past, I'm realising I'm still working through. And I realised I blame so many things in other situations, and it's not something that I vocalized even internally up until doing these streams. And now that I'm saying everything out loud as I'm going, I'm saying all my thoughts out loud, not only am I dumbing down what I'm saying, but what I've said has become increasingly negative. Whereas if I just was to speak all my thoughts on stream, it wouldn't just be boring and largely irrelevant to you. It would just not follow a cohesive pattern or cohesive trail. So what I'm doing is speaking in a way that I believe provides value to my target audience. My target audience is people who can tell there's a problem with culture and want faith, they want understanding, they want to get a sense for it. I think that's probably the biggest one, is they want to grapple with their sense that there's this huge cultural problem that they can't quite put a finger on it. Because I'm showing you all the countries which people are coming from to your country. Or certainly a lot of them. You know, I've not done Sudan and Somalia and things yet. It does take budget to go to these places. And I'm going to have that budget soon, guys. I've figured out money so many times in the past. I've figured out money so many times over. I can figure it out now. I'm getting good money from TikTok, actually, but I know I can get more money from live streaming. It just takes a longer amount of time. I'm ready to put in that effort. I'm ready to get this backlog of content. Soon I'm going to have 10, 12 hour streams backlogged of content. And that's just going to be really, really influential for what I can do. When I'm earning more money, you know, I think right now I earn, like, on a good week, a few $100 from TikTok. I think at the most I can maybe make like 5 to 10 grand a month from TikTok, but that's 5 to 10 grand a week from TikTok, but that's from very, very rare occasions that I'd be getting that, and that's not something you can get consistently. That's just from when I have actually got millions and millions of views from genuinely good videos. So what I see from this is really a great, much bigger, I don't even want to talk about its income, I want to talk about it as reinvestment surplus, because I want to emphasize continually to you, look how I live my life, look how cheap I do everything, look how little money I put into the way that I live. Not only am I not greedy, but I'm so damn determined to get my message out there that I play bagpipes in really dangerous, really unpleasant, really strange circumstances. And when I get to this point, well, it's not even a point, there's never going to be a single threshold, but the more money that I earn, every single time I earn a bit more money from TikTok, I immediately go, right, how are we going to use this to improve content? Alright, when I got ill, I decided, okay, I'll use the surplus from TikTok to improve my content by not getting ill again, by giving myself proper sleep every night. And now, even though I'm earning no money from TikTok this week, little to none, I've continued to invest more into my sleeping. So my budget for what I'm doing is always increasing, but my income is not always increasing. Every time I increase my income, that's when I'm going to shift my budget up a little bit more. When I do go, because it's inevitably going to happen, when I do go to Somalia, when I go to Sudan, when I go to Afghanistan, Iran, Syria, Iraq, Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Jordan, Lebanon, when I go into the West Bank, when I go to Gaza, when I go to the DRC, to Mozambique, you're going to see something that's going to scare you and it's going to relax you at the same time. You're going to be scared because you realize so much of what you've heard is true, and you're going to see it being true. okay? I don't mean I'm going to try and, I don't want to show beheadings, I don't want to show massacres, but I want to teach you about that. I want to see you, allow you to see the implications of that, allow you to see the culture around that, understand the people that are involved in that. And the next thing that I want to show you and let you understand beyond massacres, beyond bloodshed, is the things that can relieve you. Things that can make you look at a country like Sudan or Somalia and go, okay, these are the things that make us human. These are the things people all have, because without that, what we have is pretty much what the left accuses us of having, which is blind racism. And it's not really blind racism, it's more blind ignorance towards other countries. But blind racism is quite a simple way we can call ignorance to other countries. People have been using racism to mean ignorance towards other countries for a long time, so that really isn't a revolution if we call it that way. What I'm trying to get to is, I'm giving you a sense for the horrible things, but I'm also giving you a sense for the human things. And when you understand that gap, when you understand what makes a country, it's usually pretty different from what most people are shouting or chanting back at UTK or whatever, May the 18th, by the way, UTK march in London. Whatever they're shouting at these marches, at these places, is probably pretty far distance. And that's not their fault. I mean, they just don't know. But the biggest problem with other countries is we don't actually understand what's coming at us. We don't know. We do not know what is coming at us. And the only way we can change that, the only way you can learn what's coming at us, you don't need to fly there. You need to go, you need to see it, you just need to watch my content. Alright, solution to all your problems. I'm not kidding though, because the direction which I'm going with this is transparency on every level. I'm going way more transparent than I could be if I was a politician, okay? If I was a politician, I couldn't tell you, I made this mistake, I made that mistake. You have to make it seem like you've won every single time. I can afford to do this. I can afford to tell you that I failed. I've just told you that, okay? I made a big boo-boo today. Big unfortunate boo-boo. And that was embarrassing, but it's just one stream that's lost. It's just one stream that's been damaged. And the lesson I've taken from that boo-boo has been enormous. Because I'm not just being honest with myself, I'm being honest with you. That there was a big flaw that revealed to me. And a big gap in my understanding, which is about young men, about lonely young men. Realising something about the way that I speak to them, the way that they're treated, why they exist. I couldn't have otherwise existed. That transparency, maybe you don't realise the extent that transparency goes to. Obviously, I'm not going to show you things that you don't want to see. I'm going to avoid as much as possible to be transparent about other people in a way they don't want me to be transparent about them. Like, for example, with the guy today, there were some things that I asked him about. They were very, very personal questions, and I muted the microphone when I was speaking to him about them. There's a number of things about my family I want to keep private from you guys, because that'll affect them. I don't want to show people on camera right now. I'm avoiding showing, or it's so dark you can't see them anyway, but when it was light in here, and when it will be light soon, I will continue to avoid showing any women or elderly men on camera here, because that's how they wish things to be, right? I'm not here about trying to expose people that don't need to be exposed. I'm exposing countries that need to be exposed and kind of just reveal themselves to you anyway as soon as you go there. Until we go to these places, until you see this stuff, until you really get a sense for that, you're not really going to understand what's there. My social media is going to show you what's there. My social media is going to teach you in a really entertaining way. It's got to be entertaining, guys. I've got to keep playing bagpipes on the backs of motorbikes. I've got to keep playing bagpipes marching through crowds. But every time I'm playing bagpipes, that's like one of the biggest lessons, right? Or lessons or experiences that can change your perspective, or educate your perspective, I should say, which is seeing your culture on the world stage. You've only seen your culture in your country. Now you're seeing an emissary of Western culture in foreign Western countries, in places where people are immigrating towards your country. And you can see what's the contrast? What is real culture? Which one is real culture? You know, if people want to tell you white culture doesn't exist, then all other cultures are the cultures you're dependent on to live the good life that you live. I mean, that's obviously not the case, but we need to look at what they're saying, look at what they're doing. But I also show the humanity. I show, obviously, the things that you probably know are that most people are generally pretty good people, no matter what religion they're in, no matter what belief system they fall to. But I'm not going to have an extensive discussion with anybody about their religion without trying to take some sort of step to expose that flaw, expose that caveat that they don't want to talk about, that they don't want to understand. Right now we're in a Muslim country, a Muslim African country, where I should probably try and put up a point. We're in a Muslim African country is that helping at all now? Which has no real oil money, but it has hardworking people. It has quite a broadly, I would say, across the surface, quite a positive attitude. We're on really good quality motorways right now, way better than some of the richest countries in the world, like India. When you travel these kinds of distances in most of Africa, you can't get this kind of experience. So we've just spent time with a local whose greatest pitfall is essentially a Western issue. Now, I've spent lots of time discussing him, but it's important to contrast that with what I experience with most people here, which is the way that, even though I genuinely believe Islam is absolutely a problematic religion which should not be treated the same as other religions. I don't think any religion, this kind of attitude that's saying, you know, oh well, whatever you're saying about Islam, this can be a problem for Christianity and Judaism and Hinduism, Buddhism, whatever. These are such different religions. Try and treat them in the same context has to involve so much leapfrogging that when they're an essential core part of my narrative, I refuse to do that. You can do it, it's fine. You can say some religious stuff. But for me, when we talk about religion so much on this level, we have to give it the due diligence and really find out about the details that make it almost not even a religion. Islam here, despite its problems, you know, is a positive thing, mostly. I say that, I think if they had Christianity here, it would be even more of a positive thing. I genuinely believe it would be a far more successful, prosperous nation. I don't say that lightly either. If they were Christians. At the same time, they are religious, and their reluctance to abandon their religion while developing will advantage them enormously. On the world stage, Middle Eastern countries, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, those three rich, oil-rich countries, they are going to be so massively advantaged by their clinging to religion. It doesn't matter how many times you can point at the degeneracy that happens in their country, the fall-throughs. You can see the conservatism, the long-standing eternal sense that comes along with standing with a religion rather than temporarily clung to morals that you can barely even understand yourself. So much more effective for running a society in the long term. That's why I think we need to bring religion back to Western countries, and by that I definitely do not mean Islam, but Islam will be broadly a strength more than a weaknesses in these Middle Eastern countries in the future. It's a very interesting experiment. Right now they're trying to diversify. They're trying to change their ways. They don't want to be purely dependent on oil, which of course is the smart next move for them. They're investing into property, which is probably the easiest move, but moving into media is going to be much harder for them. It's clear, you can see with Al Jazeera in Qatar, with the Saudi Public Investment Fund in Saudi Arabia, and with UAE's constant affliction and empathy for content creators, that all three of the aforementioned countries are determined to have a strong footholding in media. The way I see that going ahead is that more and more social media especially is going to be defined by what those three countries want to be shown on the social medias. They're way better at influencing it than Western countries are. European countries are terrible at influencing social media. America is actually really pretty good. Let's not pretend America isn't good at this stuff. Promoting patriotism, promoting smart, sensible things which are not so crazy. They may seem common sense to you, but being anti-communist, being anti-Nazi, these are pretty good starting thresholds, you know. I mean that about America. As a person from the British Isles, I'm from Scotland, I know, but I'm from the British Isles. I have great admiration for America. In some ways, I look at America and think, wow, if only the UK could do this, if only the UK could do that. I think that about many countries. I think that about Morocco. Here traveling Morocco, I looked many times, and I cannot help but you can share my stream. Yeah, bro, shut up. What the fuck is this? Sorry about that, guys. Yeah. The only way I see us influencing our own media so that we can become stronger is by understanding unity between our allies as much as possible. Trying to prioritize those allyships when other people try and tell us that's not the case. When an asset for China tries to make all our leaders, never do we trust in leadership, look like pedophiles. We need to understand that destabilization is happening. But more than that, more importantly, we need to understand that we might be flying behind a banner whose words are influenced by a foreign force who's directly intending to destabilize our countries. In Scotland, we have so much deep down hatred for the English. We have so much dislike for the English. From a very, very young age, I've been told a number of things by a number of adults around me that you can't trust an English person. You can't trust a Tory. You know, burn the Union Jack. Neither Union Jack nor Stars and Stripes. They'll tell you Washington nor London. They're extremely, extremely negative about foreign countries that are way more successful than us, way more high achieving than we are. The more we reject America and England, the more we weaken ourselves. I genuinely believe Scotland will function much better as a devolved nation. Whether we're completely independent or not, that's very debatable. I definitely think that we shouldn't go straight to independence. I definitely think we should not spend too much time either being as dependent on England as we are right now. We need to move towards a situation where Scottish people are deciding their own future, where we are living in the way that we are as a Celtic, Gaelic, almost Scandinavian country, certainly a Northern European country, not a Central European country. We're not France, we're not Germany, we're not England. We are Northern Europe, and we should treat ourselves as so. We have a very special relationship with the English. We should treasure that. I know it's a special relationship as I mean right now. People in the UK, they're always talking about their special relationship with America. America never talks about it as a special relationship. The unfortunate reality is we're not going to get that unless the English genuinely believe it's going to benefit them as much as it's going to benefit us, which of course it will if we do it right, if we genuinely do it right. If instead of making this an anti-English bullshit narrative, we make this a genuine call for our cultural difference, a genuine call for how we can be separate, how we can be different from the English, how we can celebrate our difference, show admiration. I am proudly Scottish. I would very, very rarely refer to myself as British. The only times I would is when in necessity. I'd certainly never identify very strongly with the English. When I'm in London, I feel like I'm in a foreign country. When I'm in England, I feel like I'm in a foreign country. These people do not speak my language, they don't speak my words, and they treat me as if I'm a foreigner. They speak to me as if I come from a foreign country. And they talk about Scotland, they don't accept our notes, they don't accept our language, they don't accept many things about us. Okay? My identity is absolutely, firmly Scottish in every way imaginable. At the same time, I continually express admiration for the English. The English have achieved incredible, incredible things in history, and we should not ignore or forget any of that. They have genuinely contributed so much to the world. They have genuinely contributed a lot to us as well. So much of the greatest things that have been done in Scotland, under Scottish inventors, under Scottish power, Scottish creatives, has been during the times of our collaboration with the English. And I would hate to see that kind of collaboration ending. So many young Scottish people aspire to go to England, to go to London, to go to other English universities. They want to go to a country where there's more opportunities for them. I don't want to end that for any young Scottish people. Wouldn't it be great if they had the same opportunities in Oslo, in Helsinki, in Stockholm? Don't you think that the Swedes, the Norwegians, the Finnish, even the Danish would be much happier having people come from countries like ours than coming from, you know, the place they're coming from right now? I do wonder how people feel about finding me, and I'm sitting here talking about much more abstract, much more larger concept things. A lot of people see my content and they can't figure out if it's just a lot of really good fun or if it's just something very different, something insidious, something about proving people are inferior. But all I'm doing is showing you the countries and showing you my culture. The fact alone that so many people have seen what I've said, they've seen what I've done. Just showing my culture and showing the places at the same time and they respond to that so negatively, so extremely. Some people are screaming, "You've got balls of steel," and some people are screaming, "You're a discriminative, racist, fascist prick." All I'm doing most of the time is just playing my bagpipes, and they're saying all this stuff. Playing my bagpipes, wearing Scottish clothes, and traveling through countries which are incredibly problematic places. And whenever they see a problematic place, they don't want to believe that that's genuinely how it is. They want so hard to believe that that's not how it is, that they will actually try and pinpoint it on me. Me, the guy who has gone to the place. Me, the guy who's spreading my culture there. Me, the guy who's spreading a narrative that aims to increase awareness of the situation in these countries, instead of the people who are there. Instead of the people who don't provide bins, people who throw the rubbish into the water, people who defecate on the streets, scream like madmen, don't use deodorant. The people who have a religion that produces more terrorists than any other religion in the world. I don't hate those people, but to try and pretend that there's no problem with their culture is absurd. I'm showing it. I'm going to these places. No other person is doing this. Okay? I'm not talking about playing bagpipes. I'm talking about spreading your culture and exposing the caveats in this way. In a tasteful, articulate manner that does very little other than show and allows you to interpret. Of course, you can comment on these live streams. We get to discuss it in much more detail. We don't just show, we tell. We debate, we do podcasts, we do interviews, or reportage, as the locals here call it. This is how we change the culture. We change the narratives. We bring back family. We bring back religion. Every day from now on, I'm going to try and tie in at the end of the stream a little bit of my culture, a little bit of one other Western culture, and a little bit of Christian wisdom. And that Christian wisdom could be something from the Bible, which one of you guys asks me to read, which I can talk about and interpret. Maybe we can do it with somebody else. It could be a piece from a Christian song. Like we were talking about Amazing Grace the other day, which is a song about a man embracing immense regrets for atrocious crimes which he committed in his time as a slave owner. I know you wouldn't expect me to be coming on here and spreading anti-slavery messages, but a lot of unchristian things were done in those times. A lot of very immoral things were done in those times. So we'll do it all. We'll cover all sides. When I spread my culture, I want to do it in a form that's not just bagpipes. You guys see me doing bagpipes all the time. You see my live streams, but you also see my clips. What I want to do at the end is do something which can't go viral. Say the sort of thing that couldn't go viral. Say the sort of thing that we can just share to each other. Maybe it is reading a poem from Robert Burns, reading an excerpt from Adam Smith or Andrew Carnegie, reading something about William Wallace, Robert Bruce. But it's just going to be short. It's going to be something new every single day. But it means that you will be rewarded with a genuine piece of knowledge that advances your understanding of my culture. And the final thing, of course, I apologize for the decreasing connection, but I want to end all streams as well with another piece of Western culture. So this could be anything you guys are suggesting, or anything I find that I want to talk about that I find interesting. From France, from Norway, from Italy, from America, from Australia, any of these places from people who are influential, people who are important in these countries. There's a lot of people overseas who I respect. There's a lot of people in England and America and France, wherever I respect them. So we'll try and do that. We'll spend maybe not too much time. I would say a minimum of 5 minutes on each thing. So the Scottish thing, the broadly non-Scottish, Western, European thing, and the biblical thing. Because religion is not something I have lots of awareness of. It's not something I really spend enough time focusing on. I think a number of the reasons of that is the truth is maybe for the same reasons other young men don't do it. But I have gone to church a number of times in the past year, and that's something I did not do growing up. I grew up as an atheist. So let's join together in bringing. Thank you, Mustafa. I'm surprised to have you saying that actually as a Muslim, but Mustafa, brother, I had a wonderful time with you yesterday, man. I can't emphasize enough how thankful I am. Unfortunately, today wasn't too much of an excess, but you were fantastic, brother. I love the camel meat you showed me. I loved all of that. I'm just talking about how I want to end my streams right now. I want to end it with a little piece of Scottish culture, a little piece of Western culture, and a little piece of wisdom from the Bible. And I think that's a nice way that we can try and consistently improve what we're doing. Yeah, buddy. Thank you, man. Thank you, seriously. We can definitely consistently improve ourselves, myself, all of you, through focusing on our core values at the end of the stream. I think I may not finish directly on those things. Thank you so much now. I'm on the bus right now from Casablanca to Marrakesh. That's why there's quite a lot of bus noise and it is very, very dark. I'm also trying to speak in a lower tone and nice and quietly because there are people next to me who are sleeping and I do not wish to wake them up. But seriously, Mustafa, you are absolutely partially responsible for my most memorable day in Morocco so far. So many things happened yesterday between me and you and also before I met you. It was such a genuinely positively successful day. I was delighted that it happened in the way that it did. So thank you very much. I think some days after we do our talks, Scottish culture, Western culture, Christian wisdom, are really just wisdom from each, right? Scottish wisdom, Western wisdom, Christian wisdom. We may do a period of some more reflection, similar to what I'm doing now, where we can maybe talk about what I've done in the day in the context of that biblical text or that piece of knowledge. But we may also just read out some quotations, some excerpts from wise pieces of knowledge and leave it at that. Because often we try and explain things too much, and actually it's better to take in some genuine thorough wisdom and wait till the next day till we can really think about it, really analyze it, really question ourselves. Certainty is the greatest flaw, in my opinion, of the religion in this country. We have a religion which tells us not to be certain. They have a religion which tells us not to be certain as well. But we need to understand where certainty is a serious, serious problem. Hey brother, how you doing, man? Salahedin, how you doing, man? We are on a bus right now going home, talking about how I want to end on my live streams. I've decided I want to end every single one with some wisdom from Scotland, from another Western culture, and some wisdom from Christianity as well. I know you guys are Muslims, but you also believe in our Lord and Saviour Jesus Christ, and for that reason I think you guys will probably also learn something interesting from this. I'm not a Muslim, I'm not a Moroccan. I'm here to show your culture, but I'm not here to advocate for it. And I think you will benefit greatly from spending some time with what I have to say. Keep in mind, it's not my knowledge, it's not my input, it's not my perspective. I'll provide all that before and afterwards, but we're taking genuine excerpts and quotes that are part of that. And you can expect this probably, tonight is going to be later, okay, it's probably going to be maybe 1 or 2 a.m. But most nights you can expect that I'll be giving this much earlier in the day, probably before 1 a.m. Between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. How are you doing, Salahedin, man? How did you feel about today? We didn't manage to do any bagpiping today. It's maybe a little bit of a letdown, but we had some good food, good to go around. Discussed a few things that are useful, I think. What did you think? Are you still listening? I want to hear your perspective. The signal got very, very low for a minute there. I apologise if I froze, but the signal is all the way up to 2,500 kilobytes per second, so it should be running very smoothly. Can you all see me and hear me well? Just one thumbs up would be nice. Okay, so there's some people speaking behind me on the hey, give me a second. That was nice. There's some people speaking behind me right now, so I'm going to keep speaking. As I say, when I'm in places around the world, I know it might not come across this way all the time, but I make not just a genuine, but a very thorough effort to obey the cultures which I'm visiting and experiencing. I know you feel that immigrants don't do that in your country, and I genuinely believe I can prove all the points I need to prove without disrespecting them, without doing things that unnecessarily go against them. Today, I was with a local. He was saying, "Oh, don't be a chicken, go and play bagpipes at this area, don't worry about the police." But both yesterday and today I spoke to the police in these places, and they said no, it is disrespectful for you to play in these places. There's no point in being endlessly disrespectful. That will not get me anywhere, that will not get us anywhere. We need to lead by example. We need to be smart and intelligent with our message, so that we can both point out the hypocrisies of what we're facing, and this great beast of a danger that we're facing, and then be able to do so in a respectful way. I genuinely believe in publicly avoiding using racial slurs, avoiding unanimously putting down a country, avoiding just being too broad or too specific in my hatred. Honey, you're home. How are you doing, Huey? Good to see you, buddy. We're talking about what happened today. We're talking about Salahedin, and we're talking about my plans right now. I'm talking about how at the end of every single live stream, just before I end, I want to read some wisdom from Scottish culture, some wisdom from another Western culture, and some wisdom from Christian literature, be it the Bible or something relating to Christianity. Thank you, Salahedin. Would you like to speak in any more detail about how you felt about today's ongoings? You're very welcome to, if you want to. I don't really want to speak too much on your behalf about the issues that you're facing and stuff, but it's an amazing I got to review my day in the video. Well, you've got much better content, I think. But look, man, Salahedin, while you're still here, while you're still listening, I want you to know that even though things had a pretty negative turn today, and probably we shouldn't have gone on as long as we did today, I'm glad you were there. Well, look, if you want to come to Marrakesh, we can have a serious talk about that. Let's do that on Instagram. But there's a bunch of issues that happened today, long before you said anything later on. There's a bunch of issues that happened today, so I want to talk to you about that, if you want to do that. But look, I really appreciate your commitment here. I appreciate that you came and spent time with me. You held the camera for me, that's very kind. And you also, in true Moroccan fashion, refused to allow me to pay for my own food, which is just ridiculous and absurd and incredibly spiritual stunts. But I greatly admire the wisdom of the past and the long-standing sense of it, and I think we should take that into what we're saying. I think in Western European culture we may take excerpts from places such as Stoicism or other Western and European beliefs, but ultimately we're not here to promote any other religion. We're here to understand them. But when we talk about Western European culture, whether you want to accept that religion or not into your life, I think you really ought to accept that it played an enormous role in forming the society that we have today. And the more we can understand that through the lens that people were understanding that at the time, which is through a Christian lens, I think the more we can understand that better. And therefore, whether you accept the words of the Bible or not, you can understand more about what we need to do, where we need to be, how we can be more moral. I think, as somebody who genuinely criticizes other religions on an enormous extent, I am also a person who has learned massively from those religions. So I ask all people who watch me, if you can be humble enough to witness another person's culture and appreciate their other culture, you may as well appreciate the religion which created their culture. I gave you a good exercise in filming. Well, I hope I wasn't too harsh or too rude as a teacher. I've been reflecting a little bit here on today and why it didn't go as planned, and I definitely hope I don't come across when I was speaking to you today or afterwards when I'm speaking about you as too indignant or arrogant or distrusting. You're obviously 7 years older than me, but you're definitely, like, I hate to say it in this way because it sounds horrible, but you're definitely experiencing things that I experienced when I was in university and before I was in university. Some of the things, I'll not say on here exactly what, but you know, the things with your personal life, which were very similar to stuff I experienced at the ages of 14 and 15 as well. According to Universal Plan, wow. That's one plan. I think it's only good because I can learn from them. So we've just had somebody in the chat right now who's called Yui come in and say he's from New York, by the way. A Scottish American living in New York. He has said, I'll have to dig them out later, but I'm going to look for cultural awareness quick guides they gave us before going to Iraq and Afghanistan. you probably learned most of it already in your travels, but you might enjoy it nonetheless. I'll take a look, yeah. I mean, it's not something I want to promote on here. I want to promote Western cultures, but certainly understanding of these places is always valuable to me. I'm just talking about there, when I have the budget for security and strong contacts in America that mean I'm not going to be blacklisted. I want to go to danger zone countries and show the culture there, because lots of people are actually coming to the UK and coming to Western countries, coming to Europe from those countries, and I want Europeans to understand this stuff. You'll be expecting me to come back? Well, maybe man, maybe mother. It's tough being in a big city and everything. Finding your way in things is tough. But I hope there's a lot of other people out there who can help that. Okay, so this guy who's watching from New York on Kick, he's called Yui, just said that's what the cards try to do. They don't promote anything, they were just quick reference guides. So to understand them, I think you're right, Steve. Some of their beliefs and mannerisms. Yeah, that's very interesting. I can contrast it with what I've experienced, but I've not been to Iraq or Afghanistan. I've only been to 2 Muslim countries in my life. Morocco and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Qatar. Morocco and Qatar, so it's the key part. You feel tired after this? Buddy, I can't lie. One thing for you is feeling tired more is a good thing, man. If you felt tired just from that, like that should not have exhausted you, but if it does, that's fine. It's a really good indicator that you need to, in my view, it'll be really beneficial for you to spend more time getting more used to being exhausted, bro. Because holy shit, today was an easy day. It was not a successful day, but you know, yesterday I was playing bagpipes on a motorbike, blasting through areas, diffusing fights between Muslims, dealing with a lot of different extreme situations I did not have to deal with today. Yuri from New York has just said, don't recommend either Iraq or Afghanistan, worst vacations ever, and a laughing emoji. That's very sincere, I appreciate that, despite the laughter, but like his is sincere as well, because a lot of people don't want to go there as holiday destinations, but I think you're joking, and obviously you know me, I don't travel to places as holiday destinations. Otherwise I would have gone to Agadir and Tangier and probably spent all my trip in those 2 places. But I'm going to try and tell a story, because my deepest passion while traveling in my tourism is to tell stories and show stories, you know, publish them, express them to the audience. I've got some wishes from Salahedin. He just said, have a nice trip. I'm sure Marrakesh and Agadir will welcome you. According to status? What do you mean according to status? But yeah, I suppose all welcomes are according to status, my man. I don't know if you're trying to infer something about the way that I might act in those places, but I hope you're not trying to suggest that I shouldn't act in the way that I have done so far, because I believe, minus today I suppose, I bring a very positive energy to the place I visit. And Salahedin's also said it's not physical, you know, it's mental and spiritual. So Salahedin, by the way, for all those watching who are not aware, Salahedin is the man who I spent today with, or a significant portion of today with. I actually spent the morning with some other people, but I'm a prince, just admit it. Oh, that's a very kind thing to say. I've got a long way to go in a lot of ways, and UAE's just confirmed, by the way, the guy from New York just said, definitely a joke. My presence in those countries was courtesy of Uncle Sam. Definitely not my choice. Well, brother, I'm not from America, but I thank you for your service and your discipline. I, as a teenager, or maybe not as a teenager, but 18, 19-year-old, considered many times in joining the army. I did not. But sorry for the disconnection there, by the way. I did freeze for a moment. We're just going to go through a few areas that will on the bus, but mostly the connection should remain very stable. But I do have the utmost admiration for those who do serve their country, and America may not be Britain, it may not be Scotland, but we have many shared interests in common. I think when I meet armed service members and veterans, I'm often overwhelmed by a feeling of regret that I'm not doing something so strong. I'm not putting myself on the line in the same way. I'm not committed to my country in the same way. And a significant part of that is how I intend to really stick to. Yeah, guys, I went through a little connection spot. And my plan is to stick to promoting my culture in a way that stands up to what I could have done in the military. It's very hard to say, obviously it's done in a very, very different way. But the military's primary aim is to defend the nation of Britain. So my primary aim should be to defend the nation of Scotland on social media. Young male culture in complete darkness, that's what I'm doing, guys. We're talking about young male culture, we're talking about the world of culture. But America and Morocco are linked. For sure, brother, but America's linked with so many countries around the world. Look at the number of state visits that Trump has done. It's insane. Yeah, I apologize for the lack of lighting right now, but some people maybe who don't appreciate the aesthetics of my face can enjoy this podcast or segment even more than they normally enjoy my other videos. Personally, if I was to watch my live streams, the most exciting stuff would be when I'm playing bagpipes on motorbikes and getting crazy reactions from crazy people, but I know with you guys it's the viewership goes up massively when I start doing this stuff. Like, we've got 11 people online right now. So right now, somebody who's watching from the YouTube side of things, we've got Kicking YouTube going, but on the YouTube side of things, the guy who I spent today with has just said, Morocco is the America of Africa. So again, he's doing an incomplete sentence, which a lot of people do in these live chats, as if they're just continually taking off the sentence which I said, but they don't realise that there's a delay. So there is, for all you guys who don't know, there's a delay from what I say to what you see on YouTube, and then it takes a time for you to write the thing you're saying, and it takes a delay for it to come to me. So just to let you know, if you're on Kick, there's almost no delay at all, but on YouTube there's quite a lot of delay. Now Yui from New York is saying, may not have been in the cards for you, but the Royal Navy might have been a good fit for someone who wants to explore the world and spread some culture. Yeah, I'm sure it would be, I believe so, and I could have played the bagpipes as well as a part of the Navy. The main reason actually, outside of trying to appease people around me, was I did not want to feel creatively restricted, and after I'd kind of decided to and decided not to a number of times already, but it was in the later stage of that. Somebody came into my life who was a male figure I looked up to greatly, and he expressed directly to me that he genuinely believed I should not go. And with most advice I received from this man, oh my god. Shout out to Ronnie McNutt, guys. Rest in peace, Ronnie McNutt. the Samsung Galaxy S10 ringtone. No, but he is somebody the viewers are familiar with. It's not you, but it's somebody the viewers are familiar with. So this guy, almost everything he advised me on, I didn't understand it really until later, genuinely. I think he advised me in a way that was so abrasive and not in tune with the way that I communicated. So at the time it really responded in a very unusual ways, but later on I felt like I was really able to clarify it. And I think I made the right decision, obviously, not joining the army. I still regret it because it makes me feel kind of inadequate that I didn't do something for my country in a way that anybody else could. I did it in a selfish way, in a way that only I could. I genuinely believe that, by the way. I do genuinely believe, because of timing and situation and everything, I do genuinely believe I am the only person that can do this. That's a big part of why I believe I had to succeed in this realm. I'm taking on a great big drastic adventure, and I'm going to continue to push the limits of what I can do in this adventure. You know, I've just thought something I might try and do. If we're doing these, oh, by the way, there's Che Guevara stickers, huge Che Guevara stickers in the back of this truck. Okay, you know, maybe I'm like sounding like too much of a like fucking weakling bitch right now, but lots of people interpret me in this way, so it's okay. But I do not feel inadequate. I'm very serious about it. I just not feel inadequate. I think often when I'm posed with something like I'm standing next to a jacked Marine, I feel inadequate. But in life generally, I'm a very secure person. I know very few people who are as privileged as I am, so I appreciate it, but I just want to let you know you don't need to assure me of that. You went to shitty foreign lands and ate food, bread. You visit lands and spread your culture. Yeah, but you were literally working in coalition with a team of people. It's just different things, man. It's different things, obviously. Right, you were working in coalition with people who are defending your nation's interests and directly fighting for your country, or acting in support of what your country is directly ordering you to do. Our meeting confirms our intentions. I'm not sure entirely what you mean about that, Salahedin. What do you believe our intentions are? I'm not sure exactly what was revealed in our meeting that can tell me much about what you believe in, but I think it's probably a really good idea for these live streams, okay? When we do these excerpts at the end of the day, to not speak about them, then the next morning, the first thing I'm going to speak about is, once I've slept, what I've thought about those excerpts. I think that's a really good way to use the mornings well. So I'm going to say nothing about the excerpts. I'm just going to read them with you. I'm going to let you guys think about it. I'm going to let you sleep on it. And then when we all wake up and get onto the live stream, we can all talk about what we thought about it and how we felt about it. Maybe we're both artists working on something new. I think I am an artist, but right now I'm not expressing myself artistically, so it's a funny thing. Right now I'm headed, I think it's in the title, right? Can you see it? Is it not in the title? But I'm headed from Casablanca to Marrakesh right now. But yeah, obviously many people here are in different time zones. We've got Americans here, we've got Australians and Asians, but I think most people watching are in Western European countries. They're from the UK, France, Germany, Italy, Spain. There's quite a few Africans now because I did travel through Africa. You're on mobile, no worries, man. I just want to make sure that it's there. You guys are always good to ask all these questions. Like, actually, I encourage it because something you might think is an obvious question, the fact that it even came to your head, means somebody who's 10 IQ less intelligent than you is probably not going to be able to figure it out. So Yui, I can tell by the way that you engage with this chat and everything, you're obviously an intelligent person. You're a fucking pilot. What am I saying? Like, you're a pilot, so of course you are. But there's a very good chance somebody who's 10 IQ points, or even 20 or 30, to be honest, I don't know exactly how intelligent you are, points below you could benefit massively from any question that seems like a dumb question. Is that clear, everybody? You guys all know you can ask any question, even when you think it's dumb. I might knock you for it a little bit if I think it's really dumb, but if it's not really, I will. Guys, I'm not going to shy away from it. Oh, what, are you actually not smart? I find that hard to believe, brother. I can't lie. I find it hard to imagine you not being smart. That's very funny though. I like the way Marines joked about that crayon eater thing, when they did all those viral videos of them actually eating crayons. I've heard that ringtone so many times in this country. I don't know why. I think there's a huge wave of people that came in. I do believe that intelligence is subjective, and trying to just blanket label every single person into the same category of intelligence, and using IQ especially as the #1 standard for that is pretty dumb. Which is funny to say, but I think it's pretty dumb. However, at the same time, we should talk about it broadly, and I think IQ is probably a better measurement than it's given credit for often. It does tell you a lot of things about people, it does tell you a lot of things about groups. And I get really frustrated with people that are dumb, mostly, I suppose you could say, dumb in the context of what I want to do, the way I live my life, but I haven't got the time to break down and analyse every single person's character to that extent. So I will judge people, I will make assumptions. I'm going to tell you all, if you want to know, I can guess all your IQs right now if you want me to. I can try and guess my own IQ, I don't know what it is. I don't care about offending people really too much, but I care about getting punched in the face, so, you know, I'm going to avoid that. That's such a funny thing, actually. Oh, I just realized all these people are saying, oh, I'm a hard man, I don't care about offending people. But they're not specifying exactly which consequences they're willing to accept. Like, if you're saying you're willing to offend people, you need to say what consequences. Let's say respond to Yui. So Yui's in New York watching on Kick. If you want to find me on Kick and be able to get immediate responses to your chats, then go to kick.com/RobinBagpipes. We're trying to get to 35, we're trying to get to 75 followers on there, because once I get to 75 followers, I can monetize. So if we get there in about a week, I'll be monetized on there. That'll be amazing. And I can start earning, not a lot of money in these live streams. That'll be really nice. Okay, so UE934, Scottish American New York, has said, to an extent, absolutely. There are just so many variables though. I think most people, though not all, have the same relative capacity for intelligence. We are just restricted by their schooling. I genuinely thoroughly disagree and see enormous genetic variances in people, irrespective of their schooling. But you're free to have your own opinion. I am not here to debate on the subject, I'm not really an expert. Actually, if we meet in person, this might be something interesting to talk about, because I don't think I disagree with you more on a single comment up until now. We'll talk about, I'll reply to Salahedin for a quick second, and I'll get to your other comment, Yui. So Salahedin, the guy I spent time with today, said he wants me to compare Casablanca to Fez. They're very, very different cities. Fez is so ancient, it's 1200 years old, it's full of tourists, it's very, very steep on a hill. It's so fun to go around, but the locals are so annoying because they're so used to tourists and so sick of us. I don't want to spend very much time in Fez, but I did do a cool live stream there. Probably my second best live stream after yesterday. So if you want to go and see it, that was my first live stream right before I got ill. Go and take a look at it. I really talk about prospects of the future and why I'm doing this in that video as well. So if you want to see a real summary of how I want to see the future, that's all in that video. I was very, very excited to be live streaming at that time. Very excited to have even just a few viewers. Okay. Yui said that people saying that take short clips out of context. Anyone who actually watches the streams knows your goal isn't to offend anyone. I think you've been more than respectful with your interactions with people. I hope so, man, and I want to show that. I want to lead by example. I want to spread love, and I don't want to inspire this kind of warrior spirit in anybody. Like, that sounds weird, but I want to inspire a warrior spirit in my own people to be stronger, but I don't want to inspire a warrior spirit in other people to become warriors against us. And I've seen that people get wound up against me in groups and things, and that's bound to happen, guys. When I'm speaking the truth, that's going to happen. But at the same time, I really want to try and, as much as possible, I want to try as much as possible to make that happen in a respectful way, so that if they actually spend time with me and they take time to understand my perspective, what I'm really trying to communicate, then they will see a genuine person with a love for his own country, his own culture, his own religion, that is greater than any hatred for any other country. I don't apologise to people very often. I normally just communicate that to them. Something along those lines of telling them that my love for my own country, culture and religion is so much greater than any hatred I have in my heart for you or for your people. Now, Krakatham is watching from YouTube, so his comments came in a little bit delayed. But he said, yo, I read somewhere that humans are more expressive / sensitive at night time. I don't know if that's true, that's very interesting. Today I've slept in. When I wake up in good time, or especially particularly early in the morning, I'm very, very sensitive in the morning time to my senses, to the smells, to the temperature, to my environment. I'm much more hyper aware of those things compared to in the afternoon when I'm much more in the flow of something, much more aggressively hitting a target or trying to get somewhere and seldom what I'm doing. The kind of uncertainty that comes out of being vulnerable in my sleep really throws me into an interesting space. Hey, we got Salahedin on the Twitch side. So now that Salahedin is watching from Twitch, we're going to have his chats coming much quicker and he's much less likely to be censored. So now Yui's saying, yeah, I agree, but don't believe in that bullshit warrior mindset. Some influencers want to spread where you have to denigrate and insult anyone who disagrees with your views. So he's basically saying, spreading insulting on people who disagree with you, yeah, that's 100% what I don't want to promote. He also said General Mattis, who, I'm sorry, I don't know who General Mattis is, but General Mattis said, be polite, be professional, but have a plan to kill everyone you meet. That's probably a better way to go through life. Kick definitely censors Ottoman hate me. I've heard that it censors, but YouTube also censors, and YouTube is much more likely than Kick to ban me for something silly. So that's a big part of the reason I want to shift over to Kick and go in there more often. But you can go, you can try, you can test it out. I've tested it myself and I've found multiple times over that YouTube has a few seconds of a delay and Kick has no delay at all, pretty much with the video. Like when I'm speaking, my voice is pretty much instantaneous with the Kick voice, whereas the YouTube is clearly delayed. Kick, I don't think Kick has any intentional delay. YouTube does, and that tells you that they're probably putting it through more layers of auto moderation. What I'm going to guess with Kick is that actually they just have less layers of auto moderation. So they have less censorship overall, but also it's less complex, which makes it more likely to censor you for something dumb, but less likely to censor you for something smart. YouTube has a latency issue, yeah, definitely. Definitely not. You know, it's so funny. People are obsessed with passive income. For all those who don't know, I'm one of the possibly 1% of people who actually earns passive income. And the only difference between earning passive income and earning non-passive income, unless you're talking about wanting to earn scalable income, is that the money comes in when you're not working instead of the money coming in, well, it comes in whether you're working or not, right, rather than coming just when you're working. And I can tell you, it's way more satisfying and way easier if you can directly see that money from when you work, right? You get paid per hour. That's not passive income. Being paid per hour is not passive income. Getting paid on TikTok when a video goes viral randomly 3 weeks later in a way that you feels great but you cannot guarantee feels pretty terrible. Okay, from UAE we've just been told that General Mattis is a retired Marine General. He was our Secretary of Defence for a couple of years. He was known as a warrior monk and has a huge cult following among Marines. That's very interesting. I'm going to consider those words very carefully. I think it's a thing not of women, but certainly of men, that we should have the strength to kill people. I do have the strong belief that good men are dangerous men. I think good women are dangerous women as well, but in a different way. One of the biggest flaws, in my view, of wokeness and liberal society is that it pretends that there's morality in victimhood, right? It comes across when they try and choose sides on things, and they have way more empathy to those who are being destroyed and those who are making the hard decisions which have led to some people being destroyed and many people being saved. And also, okay, I've got a book I've got to read now called Sign Chaos. Honestly, I really love that quote so much that I actually want to read that book. I get book recommendations all the time. You might not know that, but I get them all the time, and that's a time that I've genuinely got a book that I need to probably read. Hey Angelica, don't bother revising today, honestly. It was a bit of a not so good day, but right now we are travelling from Casablanca to Marrakesh, and it's really cool. Actually, Call Sign Chaos, I'm going to buy the book, I'm going to read it while I'm in Scotland, and I'm going to read extras from it at the end of each stream, so we'll do that as a part of it. So Salahedin Rossi is watching on Kick right now. He was there with me today. It just didn't work out for a bunch of reasons, but I'm not going to let it not work out for those same reasons again, but I will promise you there's going to be letdowns, okay? Today we went around a lot, we did a bunch of shit, but it was we just didn't hit the points that we were trying to hit, so it was a bit of a wild goose chase, you know. I just want to make sure I didn't miss any quotes there. Yeah, didn't miss anything. Okay, cool. Being a spirit warrior is doing what the majority can't and wants to do, which is the necessary violence, and may call it peaceful violence. That's very interesting. I mean, I don't intend to be a violent person, but I certainly intend to be in dangerous positions. I intend to be a dangerous person. I mean to learn at least basic self-defense and to become significantly stronger than I am. I don't know if you've seen, like, I do work out on stream often in the mornings and just do some straightforward resistance training, but I am not a strong man, and I intend to change that. Shortly after, so UH just said, shortly after we invaded Iraq, he said to some Iraqi leaders in a meeting, we're going to find out what it is. I'm so curious, man. Bro, I love these kind of stories, by the way. I come in peace. I didn't bring artillery, but I'm pleading with you, with tears in my eyes. If you fuck with me, I'll kill you all. Yeah, I mean, that is what the military does. That's what defense means. And it's a tough line to play, because America is less dangerous as a country. They're less strong as a country for the sake of their regulation, and a lot of their regulation comes from morality, regulation which China does not have, which means every single dollar China spends on their military is worth so much more than American labor, than American dollars, because their people are not just cheaper, but their regulation is cheaper. There's just less people, less rules, less bullshit in the way. The American military has a significant amount more regulation than China. That's why Egypt has, for the first time, switched to buying fighter jets from China. I don't think they've stopped buying from America, but up until recently, they exclusively purchased from America, and they were purchasing, I think, one of the, in the 10th largest amounts. They're one of the biggest beneficiaries of American military technology. The Egyptian military has bought enormous amounts of American military technology, and I'm sure will continue to do so. But they bought Chinese military technology because America was continually giving them outdated technology, and it was twice as expensive. Whereas China is willing to give them what they claim is China's most up-to-date technology, and they are also charging about half the price of what Americans were charging. The other thing is, the Americans have more software. I don't understand this totally. I was discussing it with a guy who's in a think tank that deals with the military-industrial complex. I don't really understand it in too much depth, but basically, something to the way that the American technology tracks the device. They've potentially got more control over those jets. So if they do something that American military doesn't want them to do, then Egyptians seem to believe that Americans have more control and more ability to stop them. But this is an aspect, I'm not an expert on this, so please, if you're going to base any arguments or any perspectives on what I'm saying, refer to relevant information. And I'm just trying to give you, in that sense, in that particular statement there, inspiration to try and look more into that. Okay, so Yui from New York has just said, our foreign relations policy is a disaster right now. I tend to lean very conservative, but this administration is run by amateurs. Well, the interesting thing with the Conservative Party under Donald Trump is that they've pushed out the academics, right? So the academics used to be real gatekeepers within the Republican Party, and they used to carry tremendous amounts of weight. If you were to say something straight out racist or very extreme or ridiculous considered by the academic community, it would be the academic community within the Republican Party that were kind of the heart and soul of them. They could push them out. And now with Trump coming in, he's actually really pushed out a lot of these people. I couldn't name the exact people that have been pushed out, but I have read into this. I do know what I'm talking about. There are a number of academics involved in this who have been pushed out that were very influential figures in the Republican Party. So for however much I admire Trump for his impressive efforts that he's done, he's really doing incredible stuff in the world right now. Trump has definitely changed the Republican Party in a way that's probably going to hurt them long term more than it's going to benefit them. And J.D. Vance is an incredibly intelligent man, but I do not think he's the best fit for the next president of the United States. And despite being probably significantly more intelligent than Trump, I don't think that he's going to deal with the election very well. Certainly conventionally more intelligent than Trump. He said a lot of the, so UAE just said that a lot of the technology they export has backdoors or kill switches built in. Yeah, but I'm not sure if there's a belief that somehow the Chinese technology has less of this or something along those lines. That's what the Egyptians were claiming when they were sourcing from the Chinese in this situation. Okay, he said Donald Trump, UAE is claiming that Donald Trump has surrounded himself with sycophants, which is a very dangerous thing for any leader to do that. His ego will be our downfall. I don't know if you mean, I'm not sure, look, I don't mean to insult you right now. I think when you say ego, I think you might mean arrogance, not ego. Because I think actually Donald Trump might do well to have a little bit more ego. That sounds a bit crazy, but I think he's certainly arrogant, and that's quite a big problem. So I don't mean to insult you, but I think you maybe didn't mean ego when you said that there. I think more ego in Donald Trump's part would do him pretty well. Let's see. But also the claim that there are sycophants Yeah, that's a really interesting one. I need to delve into that more. I understand there's obviously evidence that when somebody says something bad about him, he punishes them. When he does something good, he rewards them. I think I've generally seen Trump do quite a good job of picking some very intelligent people. I remember that was one of the things during his first administration, when, by the way, I wasn't very politically active, but there was a couple of people that I saw. I was like, wow, he really found an incredible person there. But I hope for the future of the Conservatives, because we're going to see Newsom as the next president, in my opinion, unless a significant change occurs. And I genuinely do believe we're going to see Gavin Newsom as the next president. And I think the only way we're going to see an improvement from the Conservative side is a rise in the academics. I don't think Gavin Newsom's going to be good enough, though, to stay for two terms by any means. Yuri said he agrees completely. Vance is a lot more intelligent and calculating, but he has no real principles of his own. He'll abandon his own police to get ahead. Bro, I really agree with you, man. I really agree with you. And that also means, like, whichever foreign leaders Trump was more friendly to or not friendly to, Vance will not stick to. Like, one of the best things about Trump is the fact he can turn around to his best friends and say screw you, just like that. I love that about Trump, and we need presidents who can point at people who support them, who really admire them, who are on their side, and say, look, you're messing me over. This is too expensive a deal. Like, this is not fair. This is not reciprocal. Whatever. That's the best thing about Trump. And I don't know that Vance's morality would be as based as Trump's is, despite some of his questionable approaches. But I'd really appreciate it, Yuri, if you could clarify, by the way, what you're talking about when you said Trump has too much ego, and I disagreed with that. I think he has too much arrogance and not enough ego. Let me know what you think about that, if that was what you meant, or if I'm misunderstanding your intention. So now, Salahedin, the guy who I spoke with all day today, and he's made his name very clear. Now I can tell which is his last name, which is his first name. His name is Salahedin Rossi. So I can see first name and last name very clearly. He said, the war nobody speaks about is the demonic war on humans, all religious practices. Practices make sense. We consider it as war. You are either resisting or just following it with your foot. So he's basically saying right now, I think maybe this is a primary concern for him in the world. He's saying the atheist war on religion is the greatest threat to the world. I don't know, in my opinion, I don't think it's the greatest threat to the world. It might be, it's not a great threat to morality, but I think I see much bigger evils in the world that are still at play for us to acknowledge. When I look at somewhere like Iran, for example, which is definitely not the most evil country in the world, but one of them, definitely a contender, I think we can see that religion is very much at play there, even if it's totally misconstrued religion. Okay, this is interesting. So, Yuri is saying Trump's hubris gets in his own way. He's definitely arrogant and overestimates his abilities. He has a huge ego also, though. He has a tendency to make everything about himself, and some shallow flattery is enough for him to ignore everyone else. Yeah, he's very effective with flattery, and he doesn't need to use complex. I mean, look at the way that Obama addresses people and deals with them. It was incredibly smart and complex. Trump is just as flattering though with people, if not more flattering, and it's in a very simple way, but he's very, very good at it. He's very good at flattering people. Everybody loves that clip of Trump where he points at the camera and smiles and gives it a thumbs up. Like, come on, that's so nice. Everybody wants that kind of uncle like Donald Trump who just makes you feel, nobody makes you feel good like Donald Trump makes you feel good. Yo, this car is being fucking crazy. What is it doing? Oh my god, bro. That is so dangerous what it just did. What did it just do that for? That was like an Indian car move there. Yuri just said, kiss his ass and give him something shiny to play with, and the guy will do whatever you want. Angelica, who's on the kick, so she's also dealing with no delays. It's okay, man, it's okay. He said, I don't like this guy, but at least he doesn't fake the elections. Yeah, I don't know much about that. People talk about elections, well, I know nothing about that. But just to deal with a little bit more with what you're saying, I think Trump needs more self-awareness, and self-awareness and ego are almost the same thing. So I think more ego, more self-awareness would go very well for him. I think more just like, I suppose self-awareness is more understanding how other people see you better, and whereas ego is more understanding yourself from the perspective of yourself. That's right. Angelica said, well, I've just read that, never mind. But yeah, whichever way, I think we see eye to eye, to be honest, about Trump. I wish the best for America. I was very surprised. Yui's just said he wishes to see more awareness in general. His advisor definitely feeding him what he wants to hear rather than what he needs to hear. Yeah. Well, you can see that he encourages that. And it's a big thing I see with a lot of influencers who sometimes get very frustrated with their audiences, but we almost always hear the things that we encourage, and if we don't encourage people to tell us things we want to hear, then we're going to hear that. It's interesting as well, this applies to influencers. When I was a kid, I watched this guy a lot. He's a black London-based influencer called KSI, which stands for Knowledge, Strength and Integrity, if you didn't know. And he was always wondering why his subreddit was taking the piss out of him. But when I watched his videos, it was pretty clear to me that he was inadvertently encouraging that by promoting that in his videos, because he used it for the virality of his content. We always see that. Obviously Trump is massively encouraging that attitude, even just from the way I can tell that he interacts with the media. It's kind of ridiculous. So, but the media in America is ridiculous. I mean, come on, the media in America is ridiculous. Like, you should, I don't care if it's Joe Biden or Donald Trump, if 40 or even 30% of the country voted for somebody, to go on just a few months after they've been elected as president and call him a bumbling buffoon and a complete idiot is just disgusting. It's unbelievable. The way that Americans just shout about this stuff, it just befuddles me how people can accept that in their media. Also being so outright funded by people is just crazy. But as a British person, obviously, our news is always, they're always trying to prove that they're more calm and more relaxed. Australian news, obviously I'm generalising here, British news is broadly much more calm. Australian news is so sarcastic. They're so sarcastic the whole time in Australian news. And American news are just screaming. It's just like, what? Why are you shouting at me? Like, what did I even do? It's crazy. How much Americans on the media are just screaming at each other. And I could not believe the way that they talk. So I think it's a good thing he's dealing with press briefings. You know, he deals with disrespect for people, but he also needs to reward those that are respectful and oppose him. It was really interesting for me traveling in America and meeting Americans from many radically opposed sides. I think America is probably the most polarized country I've been to in general. I met many Trump supporters that were very unintelligent people, but they were still able to criticize him, and I was very relieved to see that. And I saw a lot of people who were supporters of the Democrats that I consider to be more intelligent. I consider them to be genetically capable of way more thinking, learning, and understanding. I genuinely mean it. But at the same time, they're so stuck in such a set narrative that they genuinely see such an extreme evil in the White House that they could not get over themselves. So that was very interesting for me to experience that from a foreign perspective. Okay, so I'm going to respond to Yui's thing. He's been waiting now for a little second. Yui has said, I think it's a problem created by our 24-hour news cycle. Our actual news is generally balanced, but we have a lot of what are really political commentary shows disguising themselves as news media. That's very interesting, actually. Let me just analyze that. Salahedin, I encourage you to retweet that statement. That's just silly. I'm surrounded by people who are speaking on this train, on this bus. They're all having conversations all around me, okay? So Yuri said, I think it's probably created by the news cycle, okay? Our actual news is balanced. What do you mean your actual news? Like, I don't know what your actual news is. But when I was in America, the TV shows that were playing, which were playing in many, many places that people are watching, were extremely, extremely biased. And Salahedin is saying the Samsung ringtones. I mean, I don't know. You know, I'm not even going to read that out. Salahedin, take that back, or if I can justify it. That's an outrageous thing to say. You said a lot of pretty outrageous things today, to be honest, and it's like, people around you are going to hear what you're saying, they're going to go, what the fuck is this guy on about? Why is this guy saying this shit? They're even going to quietly think, just shut up, bro. They're not going to say that to your face, but they're going to think it. This is universal, by the way. I know I'm an English speaker from an English country and there's language gaps, but from the way you communicate, probably just, I don't know, try and give more thought to everything you say, but then also lower your ambition by exposing yourself to more situations where people will give you consequences for stepping out of line in the way that you say things. That's the way that I improved saying shit that was out of pocket, that irritated people and genuinely annoyed them, was when I started spending time on people who gave me consequences, whether that was missing out on money, trying to deal with investors who had very high standards, or dealing with people and befriending people who would literally punch me in the face if I fucked up. Okay, so he's just had Fox News, CNN, MSNBC, which aren't really news, which shows that they're on 24 hours a day. Most of it is just political commentary. The actual news is broadcast nightly for an hour or two on local channels. That tends to be more balanced. Yeah, but where do you get your national and international news from? Why would you be getting that from local channels if it's the same across the country? The most shocking stuff I saw was on MSNBC. That was just completely appalling to me. I couldn't believe what I heard. I was staying in the house of a moderate progressive, that's how he identifies. He was an extremely intelligent man, extremely intelligent, extremely engaged, extremely well-read and knowledgeable. He opened my eyes to so many incredible things. Really influential figure in my life. And he was playing at MSNBC, and I just said to him straight up, like, bro, what was that? What was that? My friend who was with me at the time as well just said, man, I can't believe I heard that. We genuinely, like, as people from the UK with BBC is so far from perfect, but that was such a ridiculous, absurd rant that guy went on. I couldn't believe it be allowed on a public news broadcast for a reporter to be speaking in such a way. A reporter, not an opinion person or like, you know, somebody they just bring on, a genuine reporter. Salahedin said, haha, I don't know how to unsend messages. Yeah, genuinely speaking, and yes, I get a lot of cringe in my life, but I just don't care, like a Frenchman car, another annoying thing to say. Okay, I shut up now. Okay. Salahedin, don't shut up now. Take my advice, okay? You are going to genuinely irritate people, and that is not a good thing. Okay, I'm very serious to you right now. I'm trying to speak to you man to man. It's not a good thing. Don't say you get a lot of cringe in your life, and don't say you don't care. listen to them, understand if it's coming from personal prejudice and just because it's something personal they're feeling, and understand if it's, because usually most people are all wrong. They're like 90% wrong or something, but there's an ounce of truth in what they're saying when they criticize you, and you need to find that ounce of truth. You need to find the root of why they feel that way, and the root of why they feel annoyed at you is probably because there's something wrong that you're doing. So if you can't understand that, bro, you're going to really irritate people, and they're going to genuinely not want to spend any time around you. You're going to lose out in life. You're going to, like, that does not align with being a spiritual person. Hurting people, being dishonest in that kind of irritating way does not help people. So understanding the truth of why you're affecting people, bro, you got to tell them. You got to think about the root of why they're criticizing you in that way. Yuri said all of the cable news networks cater to their specific audiences. They're chasing dollars, not news. Totally, yeah, that's exactly what's happening. Salahedin said some people just need to watch and listen. The news craving official speech reassuring them. Interesting. Salahedin said, yes, I completely understand what you're saying. Yeah, look, it's something I saw from you today. I saw a lot of, I know it sounds patronising, but I did see as with my younger self, and you, obviously, you're way older than me, you're way more developed in a lot of ways than I am. But I don't believe anything's beyond you. If you're creative, nothing really should be beyond you. This is probably the biggest thing that you should change in your life, and you will see a dramatic, because like, you'll see diminishing return, right? When you make the big change at the start, when you initially acknowledge it and you initially change, the biggest change you can make in your life, bro, very, very seriously, is to learn how to be different in the way that you engage with people. You will stop irritating people so much. You will genuinely have a more positive influence on people, and that's just like no-brainer, man. You're gonna earn more money, do better degrees, achieve spirituality better, whatever it is. You'll have better people around you, you'll be less lonely, whatever things you want, you'll have more friends for sure. I mean, I don't know if you want friends or not, but I don't know how many friends you have, but guaranteedly if you do that, you're gonna have more friends. I mean, that's gonna happen, especially if it's difficult. I mean, the more that it's difficult for you to make that change, the more that that change is going to be actually influential for your life. I'm not an expert on these things, by the way. It is a challenge that I faced in my own life, and that I've by no means got over, but I've got over the hump of it. You know, I've got out of the worst rut, and that's a really hard challenge to get out of. It's a really hard space to get out of, understanding, because it's like, it's not even something you can directly address, right? It's a general thing, it's a sense, it's more about the way that you do it than the thing you're actually doing. So it's tough, but obviously my lack of expertise defines me as not the person to take you on that journey, but certainly hopefully somebody who can inspire you a little bit to we have about 1 hour before we get into our destination. So I'm trying to commit to optimal suffering in my life in positive ways, in positive, beautiful ways that allows me to still relate to people around me and still understand what they're doing, but to genuinely push myself as much as possible. So I'm sitting up as straight as I can right now, even though it's pretty uncomfortable. I'm trying to breathe through my nose while speaking because it's healthier, even though it's pretty weird and harder to speak as quickly. Let's be sufferers, folk. Let's suffer. I'm actually really looking forward to this hostel as well. This hostel at this location is not the place I've been to, but I saw the pictures, and the place I was in last time in Marrakesh was not just extremely beautiful, but really, really pleasant, spiritual, cultural, traditional space to be inside. And I've been really genuinely starting to miss it when I start to think about it. Because up until recently I was only thinking about Agadir. I'm going to a nice clean city, full of sane people, beachfront area, easy living. But now I'm going to go to Marrakesh, which is a crowded, cramped tourist trap. But I'm going to have wonderful accommodation. And honestly, I really hope people are as sound as they were last time, because this is just complete luck. But the hostel I was in last time had really great people, and the hostel I'm in now, the hostel I've been in since, have been not so good. I think that's largely coincidence, but I do know a lot more British people go to Marrakesh because it's so cheap to fly there, so that might be a significant factor. You asked how much longer I'm going to be booked for. I'm travelling back home in 6 days. That's going to be my day off. My plan is, okay, I'm going to go and Photoshop at some point in the next day or two. Maybe tonight, maybe the next day or two. And I'm going to create a stream schedule for the next week. And actually, I'll create it for the next 2 weeks, and I'll update it every week so you can see the more accurate version. Obviously, the sooner days are going to be more accurate. I know this is too hard to tag on. What should I do? Should I create an Excel sheet or something? I'm going to create something like a schedule. I just want you guys to know habitually that I'm streaming almost all the time, but I want you to know in a sort of very conscious, very aware sense that I am going to have days where I cannot stream, or I can only stream for a very short amount of time. So on the 11th of February, I am going to be flying to the UK. I'm leaving here at is that about 3 hours? I think I'm traveling in the middle of the day, so I'm not going to be able to do stuff in the morning. It's going to have to be on my phone all the time, going to the airport and stuff. You know how it is in the airport, you have to show your phone all the time. So I'll probably do some Instagram lives, but then later in the day I may get the chance for 2 or 3 hours of live streaming, but very likely not very much more. Do I plan to continue the long streams when you're back in Scotland? Yes, brother, absolutely. I have 2 weeks loosely planned out right now of long streams that we're going to do. Beyond that, I don't know if I'm going to go to England. I'm probably going to go to Ireland. I want to do a kind of UK tour, so we'll see how that goes, and we'll see what we can explore in that direction. Salahedin, Larissa has asked if I identify as pagan. No, sir, I definitely do not. I broadly identify as Christian because I'd like to live my life by Christian values, but I'm not a believer, and I shouldn't specify that. I'm going to stop specifying that from now on. But I have challenges with the faith, but no, I'm flying with Ryanair. I'm flying with Ryanair, so no, that will not be an option to live stream on the flight. Not going to happen, not this time. Marrakesh is easier than Casa. I don't know what you mean by easier. The main challenge with Marrakesh in trying to find places that are good to play bagpipes is that it's just full of tourists, and also it looks like a foreign country. So it's full of tourists, but it looked like Spain, and it wouldn't matter. But being full of tourists and looking like, extremely Moroccan makes it not very well suited. So I may go outside of the Medina a little bit. I may try and explore that area more. To be honest, when I was in Marrakesh, every time I left the Medina, it was just so dirty and unpleasant. So I want to try a place that's kind of a balance between not too dirty and some good energy of people. That's what we had on the live stream yesterday, so I hope we can do that. paganism is not a religion. It's a broad categorization for polytheist religions that spread across the world that were basically pre-organized religions. So they're kind of somewhat disorganized, more tribally driven polytheist religions is not the official definition, but it's my ill-informed understanding of what paganism is. So playing there would just make you look like a very out-of-place busker. Yeah, potentially. But more than that, I don't want to play to tourists. Like, tourists are just going to cover their ears or be confused. Tourists are not there for that. Tourists are there to see Moroccan culture. Whereas Moroccans are delighted to see me. But I can find areas, usually stuff like meat markets and stuff like that, because tourists don't really buy meat. I can find areas where Moroccans are and go there. It's just going to take a bit more time. Obviously, what we saw today was a bunch of that, not because of tourists, but just because of deadness and emptiness in the city. So I'm going to take seriously some more thorough planning and try to do a better job in Marrakesh of finding those locations early in the morning and then getting to them and playing them in the afternoon. That's my main kind of ambition for Marrakesh. So tomorrow's Friday. I might do what I did last time in Morocco, actually, in Marrakesh, sorry, where I did a day of no bagpipes and just walking about and exploring, but doing more exploring tomorrow. And then I played inside the hostel. So I might do that, but actually try and find a good place to do the bagpipes on Friday. Then on Saturday, I can actually play the bagpipes. Because Friday is the day I get the most viewership. So try and do a Casablanca in Marrakesh, as in get the kind of same level of continuously exciting content where I'm playing bagpipes in crazy places, getting crazy energy, but do that in Marrakesh. He said, fair enough, you're one tourist who appreciate you playing, you love bagpipes, which is how you came across with it. I think lots of them do appreciate it, but if you went to Morocco, be honest, you did not go there to watch bagpipes. And you're probably not going to be bored if you're choosing to go there. Whereas many locals say that. Hello again from Scotland. Hi Brian, I've been checking into your stream throughout the day. Thank you for broadcasting your journey. You seem to be having some deep reflections on your experience. I am Brian, but we shift the tone depending on what the people in the chat want to talk about, so we can do what you please, but I learned a lot of stuff from today. Now Salahedin, this is another very rude comment from you. This is just coming across as just ridiculous and annoying, and honestly if you said this to me, it would make me want to tell you to shut the fuck up. Alright, first of all, you said earlier you were upset by the people sitting next to us. Bro, shut up, man. When you're about to play the bagpipes, I was not upset, alright? Do your kind audience, you feel like today we were meant to play anyway, despite the rain and despite the people not feeling like liking it. Mate, I'm gonna tell you, I was honest, I was just trying to get a bit of space today. I was pretty irritated by you, and I didn't want to play. The places were shit, the energy was shit. I think that could have changed, but I couldn't change that while I was hanging around with you, so that's what happened today. Yui said, I'd be pleasantly surprised, but I understand I might not be in the minority. I think many tourists would be pleasantly surprised, but it's still just not what they're there for. Whereas any citizen of a Muslim country is there to be culturally enriched by me. Their streets are chaotic, full of fun, full of shouting at each other. And that's what I'm aiming to do. I'm extremely hot right now. I'm sweating a lot. tourists will be pleasantly surprised. It's just not my target demographic. It doesn't align with my message. It doesn't align with what I'm trying to say or trying to do. It wouldn't really make sense to me to perform to them. I can perform to them in European countries. I'd much rather do that. Just said that he gave a challenge coin to a ginger busker who was piping at Glasgow Central back in 2017 or 2018. Totally unrelated. That just popped into my head. Was his yeah, tell me what a challenge coin is? Like a special red coin or something? Customary coin for the military. Oh, I didn't know that. So a challenge coin is a custom-made coin for the military. Different units get custom coins made. That's very cool. Job well done. To commemorate something. Wait, so it's instead of giving you a medal, they give you a challenge coin. Isn't that a little bit patronizing? To give you challenge coins instead of a medal. Especially if they all look the same, you know. The army hands out medals like candy. The Marine Corps doesn't. Ah, okay. Yeah, pardon my poor use of military-related vocabulary. I'm neither experienced nor educated. Actually, I've got something I should ask you about. I'm going to arrive in about an hour and a half, I think. Let me see. an hour and 15 minutes I'm going to arrive. But then once I arrive, I'm going to have to so basically when this hits 4.5 hours, this stream's been going on for, I think this is the fourth stream of the day, because we've run into some errors earlier on today. I don't know what this new error is, but it's a nightmare. The coins are also used as part of a drinking game. You're supposed to carry your most senior coin on you. At a bar, someone else with a coin presents theirs as a challenge. If you don't have yours, you're buying the drinks. So everybody tries to carry it on at a time to make sure they don't have to buy the drinks. It's funny that, because I feel like in a lot of places I've been to, and depending on who you speak to in a lot of friend groups, it's an honour to pay for the drinks. You kind of want to be that person. It's interesting that the winner doesn't, from the military culture, military practices, etc., while also not being in the military. And brother, like, I don't know what your situation is now, but I know your health standards when you were in the Marines was way higher than anything I've ever had as a standard in my life. And I need to get my act together for my health. But soon I'm gonna pay for expensive medical healthcare. Yeah, I'm sorry about the street. Yeah, it's really low right now. Sorry about that. Let's come back. But we're gonna go in and out a little bit now and then. I apologize for this. I'm sorry about that. I was just saying there that I'm very interested in learning from the Marines and from military culture in general. And there's a lot of lessons in that I should learn from, that I can employ in my life even if I'm not in the military. Having those high standards being forced on you, and also having that brotherly culture, is something really, really incredible. I was just saying that in terms of my fitness, trying to get, I don't know if jacked is the right word, but trying to get much stronger for sure. I've had some health issues in the way, and I'm going to pack on a lot of money, put a lot of money into healthcare soon to sort that out. So that's what I was saying. I mean, to be honest, if I wasn't trying to do things on a big level, I would just stick on TikTok. But I'm doing these streams because I think I can open up my possibilities so much more, and this is delaying time I can get something like medical care, but it's massively expanding the amount of opportunity I can do in the future. Because in TikTok there's only so much room for growth, whereas in live streaming to YouTube and Kick there's huge amounts of opportunity I really look forward to exploring. In what way is the public perception of Marines very different from reality? Most Marines completely neglect their health. They eat like shit, and a ton run on alcohol and caffeine. Yeah, I can imagine. But I suppose, like, as well, if you're not aimed for necessarily longevity, you're just young and you're pushing yourself to your limit now, coping with lots of crazy shit, maybe. I mean, it's like a weird lifestyle. Whether you get PTSD or not, spending all that time there, away from your girlfriend or your wife and potentially friends, etc. It's definitely a tough life no matter what. So yeah, I mean, it's good reason that people are supposed to use all those coping mechanisms. Like just the culture, you're extremely extreme in shooting people up. I think it's pretty expected. The Marines are not looking after their health, to be honest. I think most people expect that of the army. People I knew in the army, they all drank loads. I say that's the army, the military, in military. I shouldn't say the army, I mean people in the military drink loads. So when Salahedin was a kid, he says he had a collection of photos of Moroccan military engines, and he loves the military, but only when it comes to engines and mech. Well, engines and mech are one thing, but to me, the people are definitely the most interesting aspect. Actually, probably the most interesting aspect is the broader socioeconomic implications. That's probably the most interesting. But, okay. So you said that it's a result of taking a bunch of kids right out of high school, almost no life experience, giving them relatively decent salaries and then forcing them all to live together. Yeah. But I think like also the kind of high testosterone induced, high energy types of spaces that you're in, where you're all extremely enthusiastic and you're having to do very hard things, is the same kind of attitude that drives you to like, fuck it, we're gonna down 10 pints tonight, or 15 or 20 or whatever it is you guys are drinking. I feel surely there has to be a connection between that extreme high testosterone environment and drinking lots, because most people I know who are like that, they are big drinkers. Both. At this point, you're disappointed with them. You think that they're a cult based on high tech and hidden knowledge. I suppose there are some similarities with a cult, like it's a close-knit group of people, but mo-tarded, I love that phrase. Motivated and are tarded. Yeah, that's so funny. I actually do really like that phrase. Mo-tarded. Motorsports. Bro, what? Why would you look up to motorsports as the symbol of discipline, fitness? Well, discipline and high standards, okay. But like, okay, interesting man. Like, you've got an unusual view of the world, but it's obviously fine. It's fine, man. We've both got unusual views of the world, I suppose. But I wouldn't like to see, I wouldn't like to see a world which transpired under Eurovision. There's a reason Fortune 500 companies bring in Marines to tech leadership. Is that true? What, for discipline? Yeah, very committed, very loyal. Yeah, I suppose one of the other reasons I'm probably not well suited to the military is the fact that I'm pretty rebellious, you know? I'm pretty rebellious. I want to serve my country, but the likelihood that I'm going to want to serve my country in the exact way that my officer is trying to make me do it, I think it'd be good as training for a period. Like, if in Scotland, for example, we had military service for everybody, I think that'd be great. I think that would have been really healthy for me to do it for a period of time, but to live my life like that is just ridiculous. Salahedin said meeting you was surprisingly chill. What did you think it was going to be like? What kind of a person did you think I was? Yeah, interesting. Fortune 500. I didn't know Fortune 500 companies employed Marines. That's an interesting new one for me. But that is definitely very interesting. You're glad everything went then perfectly? Well, I can tell you, man, I do not think everything went then perfectly by any means. I reflected on a lot of things and kind of figured out why things went so wrong today. So it concerns me a little bit that you could think that things went that perfectly. In fact, that statement alone has definitely shifted my perspective. But this is interesting. So Yuri is saying that the Marine Corps, unlike the other branches, pushes the leadership down to the lowest level possible, and most junior Marines are expected to be leaders and enforce standards. So because you're forced to be leaders, not just because you're loyal. That's really interesting. It's like meeting the king of SMT. I mean, just setting a video randomly and then meeting me is unreal. It's surreal. Sure, yeah, I suppose. I mean, you happen to be in the right city at the right time. And I sacrificed the day to spend it with you. So I'm glad that you're thankful for that. Every second I'm not speaking, I'm thinking about streaming and things mostly. I've not got much to think about in terms of how I'm going to get home, how I'm going to get to the hostel, but I am going to warn you when I do get off of this bus, there will be a number of disconnections. Not necessarily because of internet, but just because I need to check my phone and I need to get a ride, probably a motorcycle ride to the hostel. Maybe not, but wow, this is like so much like America. That Burger King was like so much like America. Sacrifice a day in New York, go buy me a real pizza. It's a parallel universe, yeah. Let's keep it in the parallel universe, buddy. But look, Yuri, you're providing lots of value right here. We've only got people watching right now, but you're actually keeping this alive and keeping this interesting and fresh for me. You've given me so much value there for me to think about going on forwards, and it's going to massively affect social media. Guaranteeably, I have so much to think about, so much to engage with, so much that's going to change my perspective. It's going to come out of this book, I'm certain. So I'm quite determined to get the book that you're recommending, man. Pizza Express. Casablanca is like New York, right? Energy-wise. Nah, Casablanca was not like New York, in my opinion. I don't think any city except in the US that was even comparable to New York. I mean, Glasgow is basically the same city as New York in terms of how it was built. So a lot of the stuff was built at similar times with similar architects and things. London is obviously the biggest comparable thing for being a financial capital and financial hub, and also having a really the same young people culture. But New York is so individual. I don't think there's any city that's really similar to it. Yahweh the big man. I mean, Moroccan cities all have their own unique energy, but they all feel very much like Morocco. And the only one that felt the most different was probably Agadir. Agadir felt very different. But no, I've got Morocco to see now. I feel like I've got like a really good sense for it. Basically sub-Europe. That's how I'm going to call Morocco. I'm not going to call it North Africa, because it's not like really good Tanzania, you know what I mean? It's not like really good Nigeria. It's just like slightly African Spain, you know what I mean? Slightly African Spain, but they want to pretend they want to try and be like the French, which is a silly idea. So many people here are so annoyed all the time. They talk to me about it, they say, I don't know why, but in school they're just not updating. They still just keep on teaching us French, and we want to learn English and new subjects, but they just keep teaching us French. There's a very short book named A Message to Garcia that every Marine used to be required to read. You can probably find it online, but I give a little more insight into how we think and operate. Sounds very interesting. Who is Garcia? What is it about? If it's extremely short, we can maybe read it tonight on the stream and use that as our non-Scottish piece of Western culture or Western wisdom that we can learn from. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure any attitude of discipline can bring benefit to me. When I was in Korea and when I was in China, I was just amazed by the discipline people had there. It blew me away, and I really realized how inefficient I am, how many times I'm too lazy, but I also realized how unhappy they are and how important that day off is. I think you might have seen I did a video where I was comparing Jewish culture to Korean culture. So when I went to Israel, I was very fascinated by the concept of Shabbat. You're saying the bus every is more expensive than the train? I doubt that a lot. How much is the train? This bus was 115 dirham. What's the premium service? What? Premium service. 115 dirham is not premium money. That's $11 for an intercity trip. Is Scottish food so spicy? Alright, we have lasagna back on, but Scottish food is normally not very spicy. Haggis is slightly spicy. We have some spicy foods. We'll have spicy sauces with like scallops and things like that, but broadly speaking, Scottish food is very not spicy. But in Scotland we have lots of people with ginger hair, and people with ginger hair have way higher spice tolerance. Premium CTM buses, what do you mean by that? How is it CTM? Just check me copy, 32 pages. I know, I can't read that in one night. I'm a slow reader as well, and I want to read it properly on stream, you know. I want to pronounce it properly, and usually when I read it I always end up reading up things. If you come to Scotland you're going to meet lots of people who have very high spice tolerance though, because they eat Indian food and Chinese food, and nowadays Korean and Japanese food stuff is pretty big too. Alright bro, we are not going there, okay? We're not talking about that shit with Israel, okay? Talk about culture, we're not fucking going on to who rules the world, man. Like, we cannot be fucked. Chipotle is about my limit for spice. Well, my limit is very, very high. I eat very spicy food. In fact, I ate food in America that was made with chemical spices. It was so spicy that I could deal with it, even though my head was spinning. And my friend took a tiny little bit of the tender. I had the whole tender, but a tiny little bit of the tender. And he just started shaking compulsively so much that he literally dropped the camera and couldn't continue filming me. But it was so spicy I could take it, but it gave me a stomach a stomach ulcer or something like that later. I had really strong stomach pain later on. So in my mouth I can take strong spice, but in my stomach, taking chemically processed spice is not a typical everyday dish in Scotland. Like mince and tatties is a typical everyday spice dish. So basically, cooking mince with a bunch of vegetables, like usually mince with carrots and maybe some broccoli, cauliflower, stuff like that, and then potatoes. But keep in mind, almost all the vegetables in the UK come from foreign countries, so nothing is totally traditional. All our food is from conquered lands, etc. Places like China, South America, all this stuff. Basically a potato with mince, and the mince is in a little sort of soggy little black soup with vegetables. Beef mince, that is, by the way, which I think Americans call what do Americans call it? They don't call it beef mince, they call it something else. Crushed mince or something like that. And not crushed beef? Pressed beef? What do Americans call beef mince? The UK is known for conquering the world for spices and then not using them. That's such a bullshit stereotype. We use them. Any British person, you go inside their house, they've got lots of spices there. I don't know, we've not got very good British restaurants, but our home cooking is pretty good. My favourite cook in the world is my grandmother, you know. I'm not going to find a better cook for food that I like to eat than my grandmother. And she's extremely, extremely not foreign. Yes, that's right, almost daily in Scotland. Ground beef, that's right. Yeah, ground beef. So basically, we call it mince and tatties. But that basically means ground beef and potatoes. But yeah, we have quite a lot of spice in our food. But a lot of the time, we have spices that, it's like pre-spiced, so the meat that we get will be spiced in the butcher. So like our sausages, our haggis, our black pudding, our mince often as well even is spiced by the butcher, and then we just take the responsibility to cook it ourselves. But there's a lot of really, I think in the UK, the biggest weakness, what you're talking about, is actually not dislike of British food or British attitudes. You're just talking about poor people food, which is perfectly reasonable, but basically, I think it's similar to America, to be honest. Like, I don't think the poor people in America eat better foods, but the poor people in a lot of countries that I have visited do eat good foods. Like in Morocco, lots of poor people here like, eat really good, like lots of meat and things. lots of really good vegetables. Korea, just like the normal person who historically was poor, but now the normal person is very middle class because the whole society is raised up together. But they're a very homogenous society, and their basic food that people would eat is very, very healthy, very, very good stuff that they would eat there. Whereas in America and the UK, poor people eat rubbish food. That's true. But like a lot of places that have incredible reputations for their cuisines, the people who rate those cuisines eat like fucking shit. Like people tell me all the time, oh, you're Scottish, oh, you must eat shit food all the time. It's like, well, what did you eat last night? Oh, I had pasta and cheese and pesto. And that's just like, people just eat like fucking shit. And then they say Scottish people eat like shit, but most people I know and spend time around in Scotland put enormous amounts of time and care into the food that they eat. So I told you the bus was cheaper, mate. I don't know why the fuck you try and correct me. Oh, did you know? When I literally told you already that I've researched this. So 1 hour slower is completely fine. Yeah. How much cheaper is it though? That's the important point. You're not emphasising the thing that I was fucking right about, which is the only reason I'm on the bus, because I've not got any money and I need to take the bus. You were saying I'm not a fan of British cuisine, but we definitely have shit food here. Well, you can say you're not a fan of British cuisine because you don't eat food that you think comes from Britain, but a lot of the food that you eat is pretty base level British stuff that you just don't realise. I mean, our breakfasts, our bread, our ways of cooking are used all across the world. People just don't acknowledge that it's British, because British is just the standard, you know, it's the grey, and it's only the grey because people are just used to that, so they don't see it as something special, right? That's why people say Britain doesn't have any culture as well, is because our culture is the standard for so many other countries. So many things that we have that we introduce to other countries, people just accept that's normal. But the best chefs in the world are British, man, so if you look at people like fucking Mr. Nair and Gordon Ramsay, don't know why my mind's gone blank right now. Anyway, there's also really good chefs from Scotland. Who's that one that's every get buys his cookbooks? Come on. But the best chefs in the world are from Scotland, so you can write in it. You obviously just don't like the cuisine. You mean you don't like the food they serve in restaurants? I agree. America has way better restaurants than the UK does. I'm not going to deny that or fight that on you. But cuisine is like, well, whatever, man. My bread isn't superior to yours. But like, I mean, the bread that you use in America, a lot of different things that you use in America actually, and all across the world, the alcohol that you drink as well. I mean, it's so many things come from the UK, like gin, beer, whiskey, comes from Britain. Yeah, it's like Indian restaurant food is pretty shit and really unhealthy, but then what they cook at home is pretty good. I still prefer, like, for me, I'm not like somebody who likes exquisite food. I don't know, maybe you've got really complex taste and you like exquisite French food and Japanese food that's really complex. No, gin is English. So gin is English. These are not British foods and all that stuff that comes from England and Scotland. But it depends what you want out of food. In my opinion, the best kind of food is not really complex. I don't really care very much for your complex sponges and foams and stuff like that you get in expensive restaurants. Obviously, Britain is world class for that stuff, but it's not very readily accessible, and we definitely don't have anything that complex in our homes. Like Japanese people and Koreans have really incredible things just as a normal stuff in their homes, but I think what we do eat, so our cuisine that we eat at home, the meat and 2-veg structure is probably the best food in the world, and I stand by that. So what food do you like? What do you mean you don't like the British cuisine? Like, what food do you like? What is your palate? I mean, because what I eat, my favorite foods are like, I really like Elizabethan cuisine and stuff like that. It's obviously English, but whatever. Scotland's got the best beef, the best lamb, the best scallops in the world. So you're gonna tell us we have shit food? I mean, we've got incredible seafood, bro. I mean, I think also the main thing is the price barrier to good food is way higher in Scotland than it is in most countries. Like most countries you can eat out in Morocco, you can eat good food for $2. In Scotland you gotta spend a couple $100 to get good food. Is roasted lamb a thing in Scotland? Yes, we roast lamb, but I think just about every country in the world roasts lamb. But it's one of my favourite foods is actually lamb. I love the way that my grandmother cooks the vegetables and things. I just don't think I've had food anywhere in the world that matches it. I genuinely mean that. And like bacon and eggs for breakfast. That's a fucking English breakfast, mate. You just described an English breakfast. So you just described the fucking English breakfast. So your palate is English breakfast. A good burger for lunch, so German food. Pasta for dinner is fucking gay. I don't eat pasta for dinner, bro. No, I'm kidding. Shit, I shouldn't call you gay. You're a military guy. Your bacon sucks. What, you don't like soggy bacon? You like crispy bacon? I know some people that have pasta for dinner all the time, and it just does my fucking head. I don't mean to call you gay, man. You're a G. That's pretty disrespectful. I don't know why that came out of my mind. I retreat that statement. I retreat calling you gay. Yeah, you call it soggy. I call it, you know, it's got meat to it. It's the same thing with our chips versus you guys' fries. Or at least McDonald's fries are these really thin, crispy. There's no soul to them. Whereas chips in the UK, you really got the full potato in there. You guys call them soggy. I call them it's got life. It breathes something, you know. The gayest straight guys you'll ever meet. Yeah, but I think like when you insult somebody, it's earned, right? So insulting somebody kind of means you're peers, means you're on the same level. And if you guys were to fight, then you'd probably come out both fucked up. The fact that you're a Marine tells me that I know if I was a Marine, if I was to fight you or probably any other Marine, even at 50 or 60 years old, I'd get fucking battered. So I feel that there's a line, and I shouldn't use online presence to just insult people that I actually couldn't win against in a fight. Does that make sense? That's a genuine moral policy that I have. Salahedin, by the way, I hope you're here on Saturday because we're gonna do some crazy shit about the city. Friday we're gonna do stuff in the hostel, more like podcast oriented content, and then Saturday's gonna be a bit more like what we had yesterday. There was just really insane energy. The bus ride is 3 hours and we're in Marrakesh now, or on the outskirts, so we'll be there soon. Yeah, I know. You don't see gay as an insult? Yeah. I mean, I kind of use it as an insult often, but in that context, I was clearly using it as an insult, so I think that argument doesn't withstand in that context. What I'm trying to use instead of gay is kinaidos, which is this Greek word we're telling me about in Greek plays, and basically it means a weak, effeminate man, which is actually what I'm talking about. Because I'm not talking about gay, I'm talking about being weak and effeminate and pathetic. And that's what I think of people who eat pasta for dinner. Yeah, kinaidos, yeah. Somebody in my comment section said it in my live stream actually. And then I got a response later on saying, I got a response like in a few minutes. I mean, other people were saying they knew it and they recognised it, so it's pretty cool. has been the first time I've done the Scottish ASMR and it hasn't reached more than 10 viewers, I think. Don't know how it is. I'm having spaghetti and meatballs for dinner. And before an Italian yells at me, yes, I know it's an American creation. What, spaghetti bolognese, is it? Didn't know that. I mean, Americans have great restaurants. You guys mix cuisines from all over. Personally though, like the food that I like the most is not like the fanciest beefsteak with like the coolest foams and the coolest decorations and all the like fancy exquisite shit. I just want to taste like the best beef ever. You know, the best marbling, the best cooking, the best raised, the best fed. That's what I want to experience. You know what I mean? I don't want to prioritize like all these people all the time. I seen like a thing where a white girl was talking and said, "Oh wow, this meat is so tender." I think she's eating a steak or something, and then it cuts to a black guy who did a stitch, and he did a stitch of yeah, I suppose that's probably why it didn't get many views. If I say Scottish ASMR accent, maybe it'll get more views. But the stitch of this black guy came in and he just said, forget tendernism, you guys need Caesarism. That piece of meat looks so fucking plain and boring. I'm like, bro, shut the fuck up, man. A really good piece of meat tastes so good you barely even need salt in it. When I was traveling all across Africa, all across sub-Saharan Africa, Southern Africa and Eastern Africa, bro, everywhere, they put fucking spices on everything and it just tastes like shit, man. It tastes like shit. Like, they did not know how to combine spices. Normal people did not know how to combine spices. The cooking, man, it was awful, bro. I had so many awful foods and they just put so many shitty spices on it. Like, bro, shut the fuck up, man. I don't want your shitty spices. I want you to learn how to raise a cow, feed a cow. I want you to learn how to grow some fucking grass, and then you can tell me how good beef tastes. Seasoning on my beef. How you want me to put seasoning on my steak? I'll put fucking seasoning on my steak. I'll put some salt, a nice dusting of salt, a bit of thyme and rosemary if I'm feeling very needy, and that's going to be more than enough. The notion that there could be some sort of necessity for anything beyond that is maybe, you know, some basting with butter or whatever, but I mean, good beef is good beef, and that's what really gets me going, you know. Really high quality shit, really nice stuff. Not that I'm some expert in identifying it, but that's what I seek, that's what I aim for when I try and eat food. And insofar as I can identify it, that is what will make me happy and make me jump up and down. High quality, healthy, well raised, ideally organic meats. Because lately, I always thought of organic as being a bit silly stuff that just hipsters prioritized, but now it is, honestly. Organic is, I've learned so much about the terrible chemicals we use, and organics I'm not really wanting to get more into. Right, we're just leaving the stream now, so we're going to change the category to IRL, change the title to IRL, finding accommodation in Marrakesh. I would go to an arm and a leg here. We have a really good quality meats, but yo, and they pay premium for them. Yeah, exactly, bro. Well, that's what you get in Scotland, right? That's what I like about Scottish food, is Galloway cows, Angus, Aberdeen Angus cows, which yes, come from Scotland, in case you're wondering. I know you have them in America and other places, but Galloway is where I'm from. Aberdeen Angus, yeah. Amazing lamb that we have in our country. Some really good seafood too. I've barely explored the seafood though. I really want to try more seafood in Scotland because we have some really good stuff. So guys, there's going to be lots of interruptions. Let me just write on the screen because we need to have a text warning. Yeah, we need to get used to some weird shit coming from Mr. Salahedin's side of things. He's got some very unusual perspectives, but that's okay. We accept weird people and unusual people in this country. We're just in this chat and whatever. We accept you all, but yeah, and that's accepted. That's a strange thing to say, man. Alright, man, enjoy your meal. See you on Saturday. You'll enjoy Saturday more. Friday's gonna be a bit more. Well, actually, you might like Friday. You might like the podcast sort of stuff tomorrow. Interviews. I'm guessing it's gonna be a late start tomorrow, by the way, as well. If I'm up for a long time, although I'll try and get up reasonably early because getting up too late really messes with my energy levels. Actually, no, I'll get up early. I'll get up early, and if I'm fucking tired tomorrow, I'm fucking tired tomorrow. It means at least I'll go to bed on a good time tomorrow night. Right, I don't think that's your food. Yeah, that's a wise idea, bro. If you're doing the chicken when it's raw, I actually don't know anybody who does that shit. Like, what a waste of meat. But I've heard of people who do that, like, instead of measuring themselves with their own hands, they use meat. I'm sure that was in a TV show I saw. And I've seen like all these girls on the internet saying, showing pictures of different food items and saying, boys, why not? But nah, we're not like you. We don't need crazy stimulation to make things work and make things interesting at home. So the shit they're doing, you know, cucumbers and toothbrushes and everything, it's crazy. This is not really corners of the internet, but this is like just things people send me. But you know, it's so annoying about my DMs are quite a funny place. If I like posts, then other people will see that I've liked posts and they'll DM me and be like, yo, what the fuck? Some girl who I'm assuming fancied me to some extent messaged me after I liked a post about being repulsed by girls after spending like 10 minutes with her or something like that. Me 10 minutes after I finally got a date with the girl I've been chasing for 10 years or something like that. And I was like, yeah, but there's a lot of fucked up things people send me that I just don't look at. That's why I don't use Telegram anymore, because I think it's really unhealthy just to send that stuff all the time. And I'm on Twitter, but nobody knows I'm on Twitter, so I don't get sent things personally at the moment. That's probably going to change because I'm trying to grow that account. But that'll be annoying to be honest, because I always want to read it. You know, if somebody sends me something, I want to read it, I want to see it, but I really don't want to see so much negativity on platforms where they don't censor that kind of stuff. Just a terrible thing. Like, you go and check your messages, no matter what time of the day it is, no matter what people you're around. You don't want to see like the shit that's on Telegram, bro. See that casually, you know. Find weird shit to send me, bro. Watch out, man. Watch out. You might end up in my hidden folder on Instagram. I mean, I engage with a lot of it. I get a lot of DMs that I really engage with on a deeper level. I do care a lot about the things people say to me. I value what they say. A lot of it is just straight up thanks, and I'm giving kind of similar responses, but I appreciate it so much that I try and rephrase the thanks each time. You know, people say things like, oh, you're a hero, or people say, oh, you have balls of steel, or people talk about my testicles a lot actually in my DMs and in my comments. I don't know if you've seen the comments of like people saying, oh, this guy walking to work, he's got like enormous testicles between his legs, or I don't know how he walks about in that kilt without his balls showing from underneath, or people doing the comments and it's like somebody doing the Chinese meditation balls in their hand and they're moving them around, but they're like balls of steel, if that makes sense. I even saw a wrecking ball meme that I think was referring to that, and I wouldn't normally think that was referring to that, but I've got so many memes commenting on my testicles that I can only assume that that's what it was referring to. Wow, it's so funny right now. I'm trying to speak lowly to try and not wake other people up on the bus next to me. I would never speak like this normally. I would never ever speak like this normally. My normal voice is like this. This is my normal voice. I'm trying to be extremely quiet. Try not to wake up anybody. To keep them all asleep. UA, who's on Kick, watching from Kick right now, the only Kick viewer right now, that's where you get straight away immediate chats, is saying that he effing hates that. We got a lot of that when I was still in the Marines. I really never knew how to reply to being thanked or called a hero. I was talking, I thought it was one of the extreme memes. Because when I was in school, I remember the kind of the boys group chats, which I imagine is a similar experience I've had to the military. Everybody in that is just like super, like they just send super gruesome stuff all the time. I remember that. Like because, I mean, to be honest, actually as a young person, I'm in Marrakesh, I'm fighting a combination in Marrakesh. Let me know if, it's fine if you can't read it, but just let me know if you can see the title. Because I do try and make that stuff clear in the title, but I know people can't always see it. Yeah, I'm heading to Marrakesh. I'm in Marrakesh. I'm heading to my accommodation in Marrakesh. I'm about to get the bus off the bus soon, and it's going to freeze. Please read the thing in the top right corner. Educate yourself. No, I'm kidding. I'm not like that. I'm not like in a person. Educate yourself. Don't be a bitch. Don't lie for yourself. Balls, you see, you still get snapped random dicks. No way. What, they actually did that in the Marines? And they just send their dicks to you? No. I do not believe that, bro. No fucking way the Marines do that, man. I mean, that is so funny, man. Imagine their wives when they see that stuff. I mean, has your wife not seen that? That title's up? Good stuff, man. Good stuff. And can you see this message up here? Can you see what that says? This is important. This is important. I want you guys to stay. So I'm going to be in the accommodation and we'll do a podcast with some locals or something like that. We'll do some content. We'll do like, if we don't have enough time to do a podcast, we'll at least do some interesting shit with local people for sure. Or like hostel people, we'll see what we can get. But this between the disconnections, you'll miss on some neat little interactions. Good stuff. Oh, Brian's back. Yeah, Brian, I'm really sorry. There's going to be lots of disconnections very soon. It's just because I need to use my phone to book a taxi and get to my accommodation and check my accommodation. Then when I go there to prove that I've checked in, to be able to check in to prove that I booked it, I need to show my passport a bunch of times and show my phone and do things like that. So there's going to be lots of interruptions very shortly. I promise it will be worth it, and I'm going to be on the motorbike, so you'll enjoy the motorbike trip, I believe. I believe you'll enjoy the little motorbike trip. Alright. Yeah, motorbike trips are always fun, aren't they, guys? Back me up. Always fun. Without exception. Ah, bro, I stood up too early. Invading foreign countries until the West stops apologizing. That's a good title, I just thought of that. I'm a genius. Invading foreign countries until the West stops apologizing. Do you think that's a good title? Can I pull that off? Is that sincere? Alright, I'm gonna go offline now, guys. I'm gonna go offline. Just closed at midnight. It normally calls me. I need to check the app as well when he's like coming along near here, but let's see if I can get away with this without using the phone again. We'll try. We do our best. We usually do alright. Oh, by the way, you always get annoyed going to off-you taxis. Doesn't match then that you have the end drive, you know. They're very insistent normally. Oh, hang on, give me a second to fix my outfit. This here is like, what is this caught on there? Sorry. There we go. Good. Yep, there we go. Good stuff. I'm on the phone to a friend, okay? I'm speaking to a friend, yeah.
Don't speak English.
Yeah, no, speaking to a friend, yeah. Bro, oh no, he's on a motorbike again? Yeah, but no bagpipes this time, I'm just riding. Hopefully, it's normally a pretty good way to see a city. We'll see what the video is like today, but it's normally a way you get to really get a good sense for a place and learn about it quite a lot. But that's an inside flex, man, that you can actually say you have genuinely invaded foreign countries, man. That's hilarious. You have, bro. You have. Did you do it well though? Like, what do you think? Because obviously the American military is pretty heavily criticised for pretty much everything that they do, but also obviously very, very feared and respected around the world. Otherwise the petrodollar wouldn't be so strong as it was. I'm curious your opinion and your take on the effectiveness of the American military. You spoke very well of a previous Secretary of Defence, but not necessarily quite so well about the current Secretary of War that we have right now. Just fucking hilarious in itself, you know. Secretary of War is insane, man. But let's see how it goes. Department of War, man. It's like fucking. Sounds like my worst nightmare. And spread your culture. What, McDonald's? What culture is it? American culture. Spread it now. I'm curious now. I just know, like, I've watched all his speeches and he comes across as a little pretentious. I know, he's really sunny. A lot of television, a lot of flashy stuff. I don't know last time. Slept in Arabelle. It's really interesting. What's up? There's a weekend warrior. I mean, like, he's in the reserves or something. He would probably make a good motivated company commander. But it's complete. Completely on different Ireland. That's trying on the captain, like, how to read right now. But, that's interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that about mythology stuff. Hey, this is cool here. Look at this game. See that? cobblestone. Got cobblestone now. Look at this. We got lost in the ahead as well. Yes. I'll put this away. I'll get off. Okay. Sorry? The hostel is here? Yeah, I'm sending you the address to the hostel. Hey, we got a horse and cart here. Look at that horse and cart. What's that? Fucking wild. That's just so normal here. I remember in Romania and stuff, you just saw that everywhere. Bro, look. Horse is right here. I'm sorry man, I couldn't do some stuff, but I can see something along the lines of he's super performative because he was in army, but the National Guard. I don't think we have National Guard. I suppose our equivalent is like the Met Police. So I love it, just more heavy duty police basically. Our normal police are so unheavy duty compared to pure police, you know. But there are so many tourists here, bro. There are so many damn tourists. So even just like vlogging and Whitehall is just so much less fun. So I don't want to interact with them. There's no room to just talk about it. I feel like there's so much room to just be feeling free when you don't have tourists around. You know? So my camera seems like reasonably stable, but definitely not the most stable eyesight I've got. When I'm walking about, it's the opposite. Like my camera's bouncing about, but my eyes feel stable, so even though I'm bouncing up and down. These streets are cool though. I'm going to have to go offline when I get off the bike just to check the maps.
That's it?
Yeah, I think so. Let me just check, bro.
Is it?
I just need to check. Let me check. One minute. Okay. Alright, it's fine. What was it? What was it? Oh, 12 dirham, I see it. There's 620. 12 is fucking nothing. That's so cheap. There you go. Thank you, man, bro. Have a good one. Cool.
can do chicken.
I'll check in here. Check in here. Let's see. Nice man, yeah.
For 1 week, yeah?
Yeah, just one for now.
Yes.
Alright, my man.
And we have breakfast included from 8 to 10.
8 to 10, nice.
Is it kind of like typical dress
Yeah, from Scotland, man.
from Scotland? Yeah.
Yeah.
You are Scottish.
I am Scotswellish. Exactly, right on, man. What's this?
Here there is toilet and shower.
Nice, bro.
And here are the toilets.
This one here?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Right on. Excuse me. What time do you close the door at downstairs?
At 2.
2 a.m.?
Yeah.
Oh, so I can go out until 2 a.m. Great. Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay. Typical,
Enjoy your time.
Sorry?
Enjoy your time.
Thank you, bro.
Until like 2 to 13, no problem. I just try not to get lost.
I'll try. Let's go. Get to... Come on, please. Please, pretty please. Yes! Come on. Alright, we connected. Okay. We're in Marrakesh. We're connected to internet. I've checked in at my hostel. We're clean and smooth. I can now freely wander these streets. But obviously it's gonna be annoying because it's just fucking tourists everywhere, man. Fucking hell. What way should we go? I don't think we want any food. We're back, man, but I don't really know to what end, because I mean, I might be better off doing a desktop. Maybe I should have got my laptop. Shit, maybe I should have got my laptop so we could do desktop stuff. We could do those quotes and things. But we've ended up with wow. Yeah, this is a big hotel. Yup, Marrakesh is 2335, UK is 2. I've been plenty now. I'm gonna do, but meat is what I absolutely get the most viewership for. When I'm doing meat, that's when I get everybody watching me. This is so cool. So cool. I think we'll go around, we might get some tea or something. I think we'll just walk around because whenever I land in a place, I always like to walk around, check it out, try and get a sense for it. I'm not really expecting to find anything fundamentally good today, because tomorrow's when I can actually find out where people congregate, where the tourists are, where the locals are. Trying to find places that don't have tourists, but oh shit, is it? Oh, the Wi-Fi's died here. Alright, this is good actually, because actually we know now where the signal is not. Oh man, there's beggars here as well. There's gonna be a lot of beggars in this place, I think. Oh, should we get some cheeky yogurt before we go to sleep though? Sorry, bro. Should we get like one little cheeky yogurt? You walk around and explore a bit. Guys, I'm sorry about that. The connection might dip quite a bit when I'm out. I suppose I can learn this way where the connection is, but I don't know if I can do much with that information, to be honest. Like, these are not really avoidable spots, you get me? We're gonna be, oh, there's so many beggars here. There's gonna be so many beggars here. But look, when you have touristy places, as I said, the worst thing is not the tourists. The worst thing is usually the fact that locals are, yeah, that's kind of cool. The worst thing is usually the fact that locals are a real pain in these places because they're just sick of tourists or absolutely used to them to death. Sans sucre. What was it you were telling me? Sans sucre. It's that you do when you speak French. I can't get that out of my voice. Bro, you know what's so funny, right? Right, he's laughing away. God, man. You know what's so funny? Is if I was oh, wait, what? Where are we? We got a square here. And by the way, I've never been to this part of Marrakesh before. That looks like a bar. Why are they flashing lights there? I don't think that's a restaurant. Well, it's maybe just a restaurant, but also a bar. Right, let's remember that. Terrasse Bab. I don't know how to use the maps. But the funny thing is, okay, if I was a tourist, which I am, but like, okay, as I am, me seeing another person doing the exact same thing that I'm doing, whether they're bagpiping or just walking around. Oh, I found the main area. Oh fuck, do I really want to go there right now? Oh, I don't want to fucking walk in there. Okay, I found like the main square. We're actually really near to it in the hospital. That's what they all are. It's a small idea. It's just like, oh fuck, bro. This is the funny thing, right? Is if I saw tourists walking around, I'm gonna like try and be less of an arrogant tourist. I'm so sick of like, I don't want. It's so funny. I don't want to walk around this building and be the content creator guy. You know what I mean? But it's fine. Let's check it out. There's usually lots of music and stuff going on at night time here, so that's part of the reason I came. I need to remember this exit though. Terrasse Bab Touch. I don't like to use maps. I always try and retrace my steps as much as possible. So here, we've got quite a cool shape. And the biggest mistake with retracing my steps is when I don't look over my head when I'm walking. Like here, it's too easy to not look over my head and double check what my surroundings are. This is the thing with like the Instagram lives and the TikTok lives, was it basically just felt like I was on a phone call with a friend. And then on this it's kind of like that, but a little bit less like that, you know what I'm saying? It's a little bit more, in fact it's horizontal, it's more... Yo, what? Is this the big, even the big square, or is this a different big square? This feels like a completely different part to where I was at before. There's gonna be a lot of fucking white people here. You guys just get to see me and the sky. Alright, fuck all these damn pretentious, fakey white folks. Alright, l'adresse, but then it's to the right, Argana, that's what I need to remember, Argana, you can see that from a distance. God, that's a fancy restaurant. What is a fancy restaurant like that in here? What the fuck, man? I don't come to a cheap country to get a fancy restaurant. Flashy rich Asians. Oh! Is that... Hey, excuse me, bro. Is that Tangier?
Yeah. That is finished. Maybe tomorrow.
What time do you open?
6.
At night?
Oh,
in the morning.
درك ما عشت حلو. بس كراوز.
Open.
Open. Open.
Bro, I love this stuff.
English.
English, brother. No.
What? درك ما عشت تسدو.
I'm just asking what time you open?
4 p.m.
4 p.m.
We close at midnight.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Oh, and how much is it, by the way? Oh, that's the dirham?
For number 1. We have 2 numbers.
Oh, okay, good. They got a menu, bro. They got a menu. Let me see. Oh, they got fucking loads of options for like a random place. Stall. But they've not got any tagines. It's all tagines. Alright, they're talking bullshit. They're talking bullshit. It's not Tangier. It looks like Tangier, but it's not. That's good, man. Thank you, man. It looks like Tangier, but there's no Tangier on their menu, so. Hey, man, how you doing, big man?
Where are you from?
I'm from Scotland, bro.
Look in here, you need to try some food.
Alright, later, man. Later, big tomorrow morning. Yeah. Sorry, bro? Yeah, bro. Alright, I've done with enough. Dealt with enough rude people today, Mr. Salahedin. Thank you very much. I'm not dealing with rude people in a minute. I don't know, we'll see. Sometimes it is really good content though, getting rude people there. I'm just looking for tomorrow morning, because seeing as I'm walking right now. Bro, I'm just looking for tomorrow morning, bro.
This one is cheaper, do you know?
Yeah, looks good, bro.
I'm just looking for tomorrow. No problem.
Yeah, what time do you open at though?
5:30.
Oh, right. Yeah, everywhere opens late. There's nowhere open at breakfast time. Like, I want meat at my breakfast. I think I might find a butcher, but no butchers are gonna be open right now. They usually open at like 8, 9 a.m. At which point, of course, I'm already moving on with my day. Productive Robin. Want to follow the path? Said by the likes of Johnny Somali. Oh no, he's like way worse than any pretentious tourist. Oh, this is where people are doing Hitler salutes to me. Bro, I'm good, thanks, man. People are doing Hitler salutes to me here. I'm good, thanks, bro. When I walked through here last time, those people at those fruit stalls did Hitler salutes. That's where I was. Okay, I gotta remember this place. That's the fancy bit, that's the mosque. Left mosque. I can really go another way around to get there. There's gonna be no butchers in this place though. If I ask for butchers, they're gonna be like, butcher? Huh? Butchery? What the fuck? And then they're gonna say, oh, meat. Oh, you want meat? And then they say some fucking restaurant or something. I'm just justifying to you why I don't ask locals, because... Sorry?
How are you? You're local.
Yeah, did I mishear you, bro?
No.
Oh, I see, man. Well, I'm just doing a live stream, bro. I was like with some friends.
I speak with
Go say hello,
Hi
guys.
guys.
How you doing?
You? You're welcome
Tell them about
to
Johnny
Marrakesh.
Somali, bro.
Where come from?
Bro, do you know Scotland, bro?
Scotland.
Scotland, yeah.
Yeah,
In Scotland, everybody has hair like this, you see?
Yeah.
In Scotland.
Scotland is cold.
Yeah, very cold, bro.
Ice.
Gravy. Well, hey, do you know where there's a butcher near here?
Cake.
Yeah, kicking you shit. There's just some friends.
How are you guys? You're welcome to Marrakesh.
Do you know where
This
there's
is my friend.
Say hello.
I am Elias. I am famous.
He's famous. Are you famous?
Yes, very famous.
Oh, okay, there you go, man.
Nice to meet you.
This
This
Elias
is
and he's
nice
famous.
man.
Look.
I'm a nice man. There you go. Yeah, look, to all the people out there calling me a racist.
Speak a little. Shakira.
Alright.
Have a
Alright,
nice
man.
day.
Alright,
Good
see you
night.
later, bro.
Good night.
Right, fucking too many people being rude here, see? If we were in a place without tourists, they'd be afraid to offend me. But here it's just like, this just accusing me of disingenuity. What the fuck is that, man? Trying to impersonate me. Make sounds like a goat going, That's not how it sounds, man. I have a beautiful Scottish accent. So this place here, seems like a big square area. You see this? All that caused by randoms in the streets. Beggars, merchants as peak content. Really? Nah, come on, like, cause as someone who's done this for a year, you just get accosted by fucking everybody. And it's not anything fresh, bro. Nothing fresh. I'm going the wrong way, because I shouldn't be going in this direction. Anything here is gonna be fucking overpriced or fucking shit. Nothing's gonna be like good meat, and nothing's gonna be open in the morning time either. I need to walk away. I can see that place, but over there behind me, that's where I need to walk to. Organa. It's just right next to that. Yeah, we've got solar bill going on right now, doing like stupid shit. Fucking bashing drums, playing instruments. Imagine playing music here. Well, I don't know what the pathway is. I can see, bro. I can see, bro. I know it all, man. From Casablanca. I'm from Casablanca. I'm from Casablanca.
Irish or British?
Fucking Irish, man. Irish or British. That's what you get, man. That's what you get, bro. Irish or British. I just came from Casablanca. He's like, no, you're not came from Casablanca. Bro, I literally was just in fucking Casablanca. Hey, bro. How you doing, man? Dancing? Hey. Alright. Nah, no Francais, bro. Fuck the Francais. Well, there's some people dancing in these places. I think it's a scam or something. I don't know quite what they're doing, but it feels like there's a scam with the music. I don't know why. And that guy at the side going, oh, this is traditional music. That was like the fucking, you know, in London, those gypsy folk who do the cup and ball scam. That's what that guy was like. That's what he reminded me of. I've got to. Nah, I want meat. Yeah, there's no bitches here. None of the meat restaurants will be open in the morning. Quality soundscape. The Irish ginger lesbian from Casablanca. I should have told him I came from Casablanca. I didn't mean I'm fucking Casablancan. I'm not a Casablancan just because I was there for 2 days. I know that. I know I'm not a Casablancan. Bro, do you have any miswak? Miswak. For the. Do you know anywhere that has it here? Tomorrow. Okay. Alright. I'll find it. It's good because I've got an easy signal. I just need to rub my teeth and they go, oh yeah, miswak, they'll understand. But I've got to wait till tomorrow because fuck all's open today. Well, tonight. I mean, it's late. How you doing, sir? Oh, no, man, thanks, man. Yeah, they want to give you trials and shit. But unfortunately, this man will not be consuming any fructose today. Right, let's get out of this tourist trap. Let's go the opposite way from the tourist trap. Let's see if we can find. Wow, my hair's wild. Yo, look at my hair right now. I'm like a feral animal. That guy looks like he's not cleaned in years. I feel like looking at a feral animal is better than how my hair normally looks. Which is like, it looks like it's been like really badly organized in a really fluffy, strange way. But look, we went there. We went to the tourist area. We saw it. I disguised the camera to try and pretend I wasn't a vlogger. Because what is more embarrassing than being a fucking vlogger in a touristy place? Holy shit, what kind of gimp does that? Hopefully tomorrow I'll have somebody cool to film for me. There's a bunch of people in the hostel. I saw those guys, I saw their faces. And I'm like, man, you know, it's crazy. I've been traveling for a year. I haven't done that many backpackers hostels, but bro, there's definitely a limit. Like, holy shit, how much I can be excited about meeting new people, you know? I can pretend, but there's a lot of tourists going that way, and there's a lot of tourists going that way. So we've got to go a different way. And I don't know if we can even tell if there's a butcher because everything's so closed up at night time. The shops here are like big pop-ups, you know. During the day, that's probably some big pop-up. It all flares out. You got shit everywhere, all on the street. Fucking fist bump. Oh, okay. They got shit on the street. They've got like all their stalls and advertising. You got a guy out there, you know. They got everything. But at night time, you can't even tell. So my likelihood of finding a butcher here is probably very low. Anyway, oh my god, there's so many baggers and shit here. This guy's you never stayed in a hostel? Mate, you're a Marine, that's why you never stayed in a hostel, man. You're too busy destroying hostels, you're bombing to the ground. I mean, I don't know if I could tolerate staying in the places you stayed in, though. Do you not just like sleep in newspaper and stuff sometimes? I heard, okay, right, here's one thing I heard about the Marines. I heard there was a thing you did where you, when you're sleeping, you do these like super power naps and you sleep for just 3 hours. Is that true or is that complete nonsense? I'll give you this some time to write an answer. Well, there we go. Butchery. Well, I didn't notice it. It's like literally right here. Alright, we've got scran for tomorrow morning. It'll be right here. They got lamb, sausages. I just thought it was open at a good time. Look. Butchery. This is amazing. I've walked right past this. But there's like a hostel culture, you know, it's like backpackers and people like usually people that are either really quite liberal or like health freak kind of people. And I like the health freak people more, but they're usually not very good patter. So the ability to fall asleep almost anywhere and yeah, running on little sleep is common. But do you do like 3 hour sleeps? And how do you, I was told there was like a special Marine tactic that they use for falling asleep to get to deep sleep, specifically in just a short amount of time. Bro, I'm just looking at all the meats here. This makes me so happy to look at meats. I just want to stand here and look at meats all day, bro. Forgive me, you know, there are some cool things here that are not meat, but bro, is there anything as cool as meat? No. 3 people max. And then if we don't get one person by the end of 3 that's actually willing to help me out, then there's no fridge link, there's no yours. If I don't get one person who's willing to help me out, then fuck, bro. They're fucking everywhere. They're like an infestation here. I think it's this way. Oh, I can't remember. Oh yeah, it is this way. I've got the greens and shit here. Bro, I can't stand fucking. Oh no, they're coming behind me. Tell me when they're gone. Bro, you don't understand. Being somebody with a sense of, what is that guy eating, bro? He's got chicken, that's a lot. Okay, we can gawk our surroundings now. What are you saying? We survived on Rippets when I was deployed. It's an energy drink. Wow, bro. All right, I'm gonna go back into the hostel. Then tomorrow, I'll be up, fiery, loud and brave. and we'll march around. Oh fuck, man, we're really gonna march around these two boys. Yo, what? Where the fuck is this place? Riyadh Leila Rouge? That's where I stayed last time, is it not? Okay. We're chilling. So many hotels in this zone. I've forgotten how far this first part was, but yeah, man, look, I'm such a special, niche, unique traveler. You get me? I don't want to fall for their bullshit. There we go, Kifi. Yeah, I know. It's a really cool city. It's just like the people are just fucking all tourists, you know. I'll take this off, shall I? Fuck, I'm so roasting as well. It's so hot here. So much more mild. Back down, up north, it's way colder.
Absolutely, brother. You understand, man? As long as you know, but they don't know. You know, they don't realize I'm a cool Sigma. You know, unique guy. They just see me as one of the herd, you know. If I didn't see me as a herd, they see me as like the fucking worst of the herds. Sleep right now, but it's really quiet there. We're going to do at least a little bit of desktop because we need some fucking desktop. I'm not going to sleep without some desktop. I actually need to read the world, like, keep in mind.
Which part of Scotland are you?
Galloway, Dumfries and Galloway, my man.
I haven't been in Scotland.
No?
No. I've been in Ireland, but not in Scotland.
Yeah, I need to spend more time in Ireland, honestly. I don't go there very often. But I've got people now trying to invite me there, so. Actually, I've got a friend who's a pilot. Like, he flies little planes, you know? Typical, so.
We need to take a picture together.
Yeah, we can do a picture, man. Yeah, nice. Oh, yeah, Morocco's sick.
Where is the knife?
Nah, I couldn't get it through the airport, mate. Nah, they don't let me through the airport with it.
We have one, then we'll get you one.
Where are you from?
I'm from Spain.
Spain?
Yeah.
Ah, you're not very far from the...
Yeah.
What did they say? The apple hasn't fallen very far from the tree? The apple hasn't fallen very far from the tree? Some like that.
2-hour flight
2-hour flight?
from Madrid, yeah.
Oh, so you didn't go to Tangier? I love people that get the ferry, you know, and they...
No, not from Tarifa.
Yeah. I like Tangier a lot, actually. Tangier's sick.
I haven't been there. It's like my first time here in Morocco. It's here in Marrakesh.
Wow, cool, yeah. Marrakesh is cool. I just like... It's just like so... I like the thing like Fez as well, it's so over touristed. It's very cool, but it's like I see too many people that look like me and I'm like, fuck this place. You know, I'm like, get me out of here. But I think like the worst thing about touristy places is just the way that the locals are so used to tourists and they're much more like to try and overcharge you for everything.
Yeah,
It's just like when you're kind of a little bit more of a novelty there, especially even I was like in Martil and everybody goes there in summer because there's a nice beach. But right now it's just like chucking it down, so it's a bit shit. But at least you know you're a bit of a novelty there and people are quite excited to be around you, not just like fucking overcharging you for everything. All that nonsense. Spain, eh? You could go for an empanada. What's an empanada? That's deep fried, isn't it?
It's typical from Argentina.
Oh, it's from Argentina. Bro, that's not even Spanish.
But in
That's
Spain,
Argentina.
We also eat empanadas.
You eat it as well?
Yeah.
But it's from Argentina.
Yeah.
That's so funny, man. Fuck's sakes. Jesus, man. Trust a marine.
Because in Spain, actually, what they call empanadas, we call it empanadillas.
Empanadillas.
Yeah, it's like the same, but in Spain, an empanada is like a big square, it's like a cake.
Oh,
But,
a cake.
But
That's like tortillas, right? Because in Mexico, tortilla means a completely different thing to in
that's
Spain.
it, yeah.
Right, that's so funny.
But it's not a sweet cake. I mean, it's filled with or tuna, tomato.
It's a big square.
Yeah.
Let me look at this. This is empanada. This is empanada in Spain.
Empanadilla.
Empanadilla.
Yeah, double L. And well, in Mexico, tortilla is like for the one for the tacos, and in Spain.
So my uncle lives in Madrid. So like my cousin and then my aunt is Spanish and everything. But I'm gonna go there in April, I think, because I'm gonna do a road trip through Europe.
Nice.
Especially in Empanadilla. Let's see. There you go. It's not. Alright, so there's a pastry filled with meat. You've definitely had them in Spain. Yeah, they're in Spain. But what you're saying is they call them empanadillas in Spain. Then the empanadas means something else in Spain. It's all an upside down world. I finally can see my DMs. My terrible Instagram stories. Who the fuck? Like every time I log into Instagram, I see another person on that. I swear I do not follow. Who's money made? Do not follow that person. You are not on my feed. Who is this? Is someone like? I don't know. I always have to check if I've messaged them before, but no, I've never messaged this person, so they're not a fucking friend. Go on. I don't have any messages. No WhatsApp, no nothing. No, I have messages, but I'm just saying it's just like nothing meaningful. It's just all bullshit that's Who's this guy? Do you know his Swilliamism? He's got really cool edited videos. I like his floaty. Oh, I should wrong browser. Let's try and see for today if we've managed to get anything decent. I feel like if I have anything decent, I've not earned it. But that in Tetuan, the fucking the first one that was Tangier to Tetuan, they got like 72 hours of watch time, I think. Which is terrible. I've got all these shorts I can upload. Call sign chaos. Reminder now that you're more settled. Oh yeah, thank you, call sign chaos. I don't know if I should. I'll order it to my home. Should I do a cheeky thing? Should I order it as a present for my mum and then know that she won't read it? It's her birthday soon. It looks good, man. I've genuinely not got a present for my mum. No, it was not. It was not Williamson. He's called Swilliamism. Swilliamism. I'll write it down maybe for you. I can delete this text as well. Yeah, you do that for the lulz. Yeah, Salahedin has it spelt correctly. Swilliamism. You've been watching him. Send my brother, your mother random crap all the time. Yeah, but it's actually your birthday, so I should get something. I'll find something wrong. We're in tourist central here. This is prime real estate for a mildly meaningful gift. I don't unfortunately have the time. I normally do a drawing for family members. It seems a bit tacky, but they usually, I think, really like it. They definitely make it out to me like they really like it. But, oh, what we did? Oh yeah, we split up twice. So we've done a 5-hour stream and a 3-hour stream. What, we did 8 hours without even including this, and this is 5 hours too. 13 hours today. No way we've done 13 hours. I suppose yesterday was 15 hours if you didn't include the disconnections. But today, this is including disconnections, is 15 hours today. 13 hours. So, because yesterday after disconnections, it was down to 13. No, I can get something small. I can get something nice and small for her. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Right, let's see the overall reach. 15 hours for 5 hours. So the engagement is average 3. That's actually fine. The morning was good today, wasn't it? And then as soon as I started disconnecting all the time, it just got really, really dead. That was a shame. That was a fighting shame to see it disconnecting so much this morning. It's been 12.3 average. Yeah, average 2 viewers for the current stream. What's that face I'm making in the thumbnail? Have you seen the thumbnail? I'm like, it's good. I like it. I fuck with it. It makes me think like, it's almost like the bird pillar face, which is why I should really be doing it. I should be doing the bird pillar face for this stuff. Yeah, that one averaged 2 as well. That's terrible. The posh face. I've seen the bird pillar face, man. It's like, I'm getting in the habit of doing it more often. Just casually mogging people in Morocco. Mogging Moroccans, not mocking them. Unless they're in the numpty zone in Tetuan, because holy, they are undeserving of this. Yeah, the watch time has been crazy. It's just okay. We're okay though, because today's not even evergreen. You know, we've done 3 videos today. They're basically just clogging up my feed. I'd rather there was like 1 video, so this bullshit didn't fill up 3 videos now. Because I want people to see the fucking insane stream we did. In fact, let's get the thumbnail. Let's get the thumbnail sorted for this. Yes, it was crazy. I played bagpipes in 4 or 5 places. The butchers, that was awesome. I'll find all locals to get fed. Well, that was depressing. I just like, I don't know why, the camera was still, man. But I just nuked down to fucking 0 internet connection. Let's get a camera table. We're doing it, folks. We're getting a camera table. Just a good connection from here. Nice angle. Hey, come on, tell me there's folk on. Tell me I'm not staying up doing poetry at 1 AM for nothing. No, I'm kidding. I want to stay up. I've not got the tiredness to fall asleep, unfortunately, right now. Let's get a clip of me. I'm doing all the thumbnails right now. I'm going to do thumbnails. It's going to be awesome. Get thumbnails of me playing bagpipes. Oh, that guy was such a pest. that, do you remember that English speaking guy in the middle of the thing? You know, my battery to die. I was only following him thinking maybe some interesting shit will happen. And he managed to even stop that for about a minute at the time. That's crazy. 5 hours in and I hadn't even done any bagpipes yesterday. It feels like I was doing it the whole day. Let's get a crazy screenshot because there was crazy shit happened there. Remember with all the kids going out of school, they were going crazy at me. Is this chat on? Yeah, it's on. The kids went wild for. Oh, that was good actually. This moment when they were like dancing and stuff. Yo, what is this shaky camera, man? Is it really this shaky? You guys really... Yo, what the fuck is this resolution as well? Nah, this is not real. It was not like that. Oh, come on, man. This is bullshit. Alright, we're gonna have to go with a really obvious thumbnail because we need to make, because yesterday was so good. I mean, like, we had so much fun yesterday. That pictures as well. I'm definitely not making the thumbnail. Oh, should I actually make the motorbike? Playing backwards on the motorbike was so much fun. Maybe I should make that the thumbnail because that was fire. Fire, bro. Bro, that was fire, man. When did I do it though? That's the important question. What other is? Alright, got it. Right. Were you guys here? Were you here? I played backwards on a motorbike yesterday. I'm trying to get a sick thumbnail of me when I was playing backwards on the motorbike. That was crazy. Yo, why is it not working? This is me playing backwards perhaps on a motorbike. Bro, why is the quality so shit, man? Was it really 720p when you were watching? Like, it's not even 720p, it's like fucking called 720p, but it looks like fucking 240. I've not got any of this footage as well. I've genuinely not got any of this footage. So if I want to make clips and stuff, I've got literally just... That's really tragic. We've lost a lot of videos that I've recorded as videos on this. This saves them at really good quality, this app. But for whatever reason, the videos yesterday didn't work, so I don't have them. Right, we're gonna do stuff. We're gonna do the culture ministry. You DM the Iraq and Afghanistan cards you mentioned earlier. Oh, you sent it to me on Instagram? Yeah, I was shocked, like, I've had my Instagram DMs dead as fuck right now. Like, Where are all the hot ladies that are watching me on my live streams? They just don't exist on here. I'm joking, by the way. I don't see my audience on that. Okay. Mate, you have like stuck in a shift today. It's been brilliant, man. You've contributed so much with your insights and everything in general. I mean, it's been really great. I can put on a wig, but you're not getting in my pants. Jesus, you're fucking... Alright, whatever. Is that an expression they use in the Marines? They say that when you're like starved of women for months and months on end. Years? Do you go years? No, you wouldn't go years, I don't think. Right? It's not World War II. It's gonna be a nice big fat thumbs up. And I can tell you what I think of when the internet loads it. Oh, and then the files. This should not be such a long process. The screenshot video thumbnail is just no resolution, 0 resolution. 6 months, yeah. But I mean, it's alright. Again, it's not World War I, right? You're not just killing people left, right and centre. You've got a little bit more pity than I do when I play Battlefield or whatever. Can you imagine if there was no oil in the Middle East? You imagine what Qatar and Saudi Arabia and everything would be like. Didn't it be... Like, what would be the most developed country? Obviously, if Iran wasn't Muslim, Iran would be, because they're the smartest people, but what would they fucking... I don't know what country I'd expect. Most people were cool, actually. When they didn't want us there, no, they really didn't want us there. Well, the Afghani people, yeah, I mean, people are cool, aren't they? That's how it is. It's crazy that I can get such a low resolution picture, and then, nah, bro, no way, and it's not even cropped right. That is a violation, man. Does usually not give you the option to crop it. All right, we're done. That's fine. That's a good thumbnail. I don't know how interesting that is as a title, but IRL, black person, and motorbike. I think actually for the thumbnail, the low resolution is actually fine. You can see it well enough. But let's do other videos. What should today's thumbnail be? Oh, that's fucking... These copyrights are incredible. I think your viewers are sort of experienced now that now vicariously through you, cultures may be different, but people are people. I mean, my viewers on Instagram, no. My viewers on TikTok, no. My viewers here, which is my absolute smallest viewer group, yes. But this group is going to grow massively, hopefully. Because we've seen just lately, we've finally seen more people rolling in through the kick and actually engaging with us from the TikTok. Those are the people I'm happiest to see, except for you, obviously. But it just takes, like, every single day, maybe twice a day or something, I can go through and change these, and that's all I can do. The IG comments, but they're just bots. And then, like, when I do a live stream there, and it's just all numpties. They're the genuine people that are actually not robots, they're numpties. So trying to get them over onto something like this, where you have to engage your brain a little bit, and you have to have a little bit of an attention span. It's just not happening. I think they're also older. On my analytics, it says they're all in the 20s, but they don't seem to know how to use technology. They don't know how to like click a link or do basic stuff. I mean, I cannot be fucked. Like dealing with people here. No words is here. No way. You made it. It's like 1 a.m. here, but well, it's not 1 a.m. It's half past 12. But in Thailand right now. Thailand. How you doing? What that means? How accurate is my accent? You didn't miss much today, to be honest. Did you scroll back and watch the stream from yesterday? That's what you. Yesterday was awesome. Today was, well, you missed Scottish ASMR on the bus, but that's only really good if you're actually there and speaking to me. So you need to get to Scottish ASMR next time. Maybe wake up earlier. That's the main thing that you've missed out on. Scottish ASMR on a bus in basically complete blackness this time. I think that was probably the darkest one I've done. 12 plus, let's add these together because I'm basically done now. 12 plus 8 plus 15. A little bit 8, 20, 15, 35. Oh. Like the blue moon lighting on the bus? Really? That line was pretty shit that you couldn't see much. Impressed. We watched the yesterday live. Yeah, watch the one from yesterday. Like, not the 5th of February, the 4th of February. 4th of February was insane. We did so much cool things. It was just like, we were just so fast, always new stuff and interesting conversations. Today I was with, hanging out with a weirdo, and that was interesting. It was very interesting, I'll say that. Actually, my second tattoo one, so I did 3 tattoo one streams. My second one, where we met Salahedin for the first time, like properly, that was actually really fun. But unlike a certain segment of your viewership, you're not here for my face. Yeah, a lot of them are. You'd be surprised, or I was surprised, how many of the small number of converts I actually get from Instagram to here are like completely either horny ladies or horny gay men. Choose one or the other. But you two are not. Rodrigo and Yui are not. No words is a little bit of a horny lady. But she's off anyway, so we can talk about her, really. She's not going to watch this. Yesterday's episode was great. Today was To Catch a Predator. He was just a weirdo, man. He was a weirdo. I'm sorry about that. I need to make sure I can make tomorrow good. Okay? Maybe we should do something like related. Maybe I should stop trying to fight the tourism. Maybe I've got to embrace the tourism and do something like really leaning into the fact we've got tourists here. I mean, my theme is European culture. W163, 04J, I don't watch it very often, to be honest. I wear shit underneath it, I wash them daily. And then this outfit gets washed once in a blue moon, so that's how often. Every time a blue moon comes along, I see it, react, get my shit together. I mean, I'm impressed that we managed to get 12-hour stream out of dying. The camera died twice. That was very impressive. Oh, hang on, I missed your comment, sorry. Seemed like mostly horny gay Arab men. I think they were like Pakistani specifically, but I had a serious offer for like a lot. Well, I don't know how serious it was, but I had an offer from somebody who they were like verified on Instagram and shit, so I thought they were maybe legit. I said somebody offered me quite a lot of money for an experience in Dubai. It was not. They were like a Saudi in Dubai, and they wanted to. Well, they didn't really say what they wanted to do, but I have an idea what they wanted to do. And they're offering a lot of money, but supposedly, so. I don't get options like that very often. Like, I feel like most of the time, you sort of feel like that's there, but you know, you don't really want to Dubai. Always Dubai. Bro. Who's this guy W163 though, man? 04J? Can I call you OJ? You're a new member of the team. I'm so sorry to see him on a bad hair day. But we're lamenting about Marrakesh and how awesome it is. And how hard it's going to be to get good content here. I just don't want to march about with playing bagpipes to tourists, man. Like, even just you saw them there. They were like the local guys we spoke to. They were just arrogant and rude. You know what I mean? It's not like, what the hell is this? It's like, you're one of them other ones. Alright, well, you're not as good as the other one that was here yesterday. Because I'm never going to be as good as the best tourist. Actually, that's a lie. I'm pretty often as good as the best tourist. Even in the touristy places. In Mumbai, I was playing like really near to big touristy locations. Because you just go about 2 blocks away and it's already disgusting, stinking place. And so no locals want to go there, even though it's the main touristy restaurants. So I go to proper local areas in Dubai there, I suppose. But in Mumbai pretty quickly. Wait, Epstein was abused behind bars? What? It's pretty cool what you do. I hope you don't get attacked at some point. Bro, why do you got a phrase like that? Come on. We're not even going there. I'm spreading love, alright? If you watch my live streams, to be honest, if you saw like my stream yesterday, I was back about all the time. I spread love, bro. I'm respectful. Last night I was at the mosque. I was ready to play. The pipes out, all the locals were asking me to play, and I just went over to the guard at the side. I did not need to ask anything to the guard. I could have started playing without asking, as I do that sometimes. But I went up to the guard and I asked him, and he said, "No musica." So I didn't do no musica. No musica from me at the mosque yesterday. I'm about that. The only person who's gonna attack me is somebody who sees my shorts. Somebody sees like my 10 million, my 15 million view video. That's like fucking, that's a violation. Mainly because of the caption that's on it as well. And then when Turning Point reposted and shit. I mean, any desire whatsoever to visit India. Yeah, there's a lot of people who say that. I feel slightly bad when I hear that, because I know like people like me definitely tamper the image of it. I think it's a good place if you go to the right places, but it is definitely a tough environment to be in. It's a tough environment, it's challenging. When you see stuff like, I didn't see any of this, but my mom described when she was there, she saw a kid who'd no legs going about on a skateboard, pushing it with his hands. You see a lot of amputees. You see a lot of just disgusting people, like, people drink from puddles. Actually, I saw a guy drinking from a puddle last night, actually, in Casablanca. I forgot about that. He just like put his head fully in it. But you don't often see that in normal places, you know. Some Islamic extremists, what, in India? Nah, I'm looking at it as attacked by Islamic extremists or any extremists. Bro, like, how much of a fucking extremist do you have to be to attack somebody off of a 20-second video that you've seen and decide, oh yeah, I know who that person is and what they stand for. I know they want to attack me or whatever. I'll tell you who the Islamic extremists I'm going for are. People, actually, nobody's gonna attack me. I don't want that to be even in our dialogue. I don't want that, because when that's in the dialogue, like if you're saying, oh, shoot up this, shoot up that, like whatever, you're talking about these extreme violent things. I don't want that to be a part of it. We don't talk about violence, all right? Because that's realistically, I know John Lennon got shot, but realistically, this stuff doesn't happen to people that are not aggressive with their message. Was Charlie Kirk aggressive? I don't think Charlie Kirk was aggressive, but I think there was definitely a lot of times where he intentionally irritated liberals. So, say as you might. I don't know. I want to avoid even doing that, intentionally irritating liberals. And like just, well, like intentionally irritating anybody, you know? They don't like the music unless it's made with the move. No, that's not true. Bro, they love my music. Bro, what? What videos did you see? Did you not see them dancing and going crazy for me? They love my music, man. Right, let's change this AI thumbnail because we shouldn't have AI. It does not represent what we do. It's better to have a low-res shitty image than to have some fucking cheesy AI thing. Actually, I'll make all the videos from today the same thumbnail, but not this one of me like doing that face. We're not gonna do that video. We're gonna do one of me being like a bit fruity or something. I think being fruity is better than being fucking fake stoic. You know what I'm saying? We'll get me with that guy today, Mr. What's his name? And I'm actually shocked how much of the time we spend in the mornings. Like almost all the time where nothing happens is in the first part of the stream. We're saying far right Islamists. No, but like I'm not against. Nah, they like it. They'll say no to the same thumbnail, makes it hard to distinguish them quickly. No, I mean for the videos from today, I did 3 videos today. They're all separate live streams, but they are on the same one. Like it's all the Mr. Salahedin. Yo, what? Was this not today? What are these? I'll call them like IRL with Salahedin 1, IRL with Salahedin 2, IRL with Salahedin 3, like that. I don't remember this. I was in a taxi. Is this the wrong one? This is the wrong video. This is not the first video. Yeah, we should get a screenshot from the fish tour. That was the best thing on our most watched, not most viewed, but most watched stream. The best thing was definitely the fish market. That was crazy. Do you remember that? Do you remember the fish? Was that even like they're not disconnected around there? I don't know. Let's see. What can we get? That was before I started using the selfie stick too. Yeah, selfie stick definitely improves it a lot. It just feels so much more cheesy. That's the annoying thing about it, is going about with that stick is so cheesy. I don't want you to distinguish the videos from today. Alright, it's all one stream. And it's all not very good. It's not really, like I want everybody to see the stuff from yesterday. Oh, I know, I completely disconnected. We didn't get any of the fish market. Did we really not get any of that? This is such funny screenshots of my face, man. You're sure here for a decent portion of the day. That alone makes it worth it for your viewers watching. You've been here for ages, man. You're the most committed little guy here. Little guy. Or I don't know why I'm putting you down, man. Little guy. Big guy. You're the most dedicated big guy here. Most dedicated big guy from Scotland. You Scottish American man. Put you on the pedestal. Let's get a screenshot of me with it. Did I meet any girls? What do you mean? Bro. No. This is a gender neutral country. What's that supposed to mean? Sorry, I shouldn't mock you. Yeah, I mean not like I didn't go on any dates or sleep with anyone if that's what you're meaning, but today I don't think we interacted with many locals at all today. This guy was such like a vibe killer. Oh bro, he was such a vibe killer. And I didn't, like I said enough to be negative to him, but not enough to just like actually make him fuck off. It was such a vibe killer, but anyway. Let's get me. I remember when he first said that stuff, I was like so shocked. Let's get my face when I was like, oh, what the fuck? Saying he think pedophiles in UK was waiting for me to say big man. Yeah. That's how long because I don't always watch, just do audio at times. It's alright. It's good, my parking presence is like. Nah, this thumbnail's peak. This is crazy. This is a crazy thumbnail. I was like, so. He was literally trying to justify it. Robin, today I felt bad. I made another Mel Gibson joke and it seemed like I sent me over the top. Nah, bro, you can't send me over the top. You gotta keep giving me more Mel Gibson jokes. You gotta keep going. What was it? I know why it was. It was because I said, you said the Mel Gibson joke. And then I said, oh, the quality was good today. Look at my face here. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh fuck, I paused it perfectly. Look at that face. That was... Holy fuck, man. Bro, how can you say that? I think pedophilia is the new gay. Let's fucking go, man. What? Why is it not a screenshot? I think the way he's doing this, I think pedophilia is the new gay. Oh my god. Actually, no, I can't say that on stream, can I? Because pedophilia is censored by YouTube. I'm gonna do something. You can't say pedophile, you can say predator. He's just not a predator. It's like something pedophilia though. Like predator is not the. It's not the vibe. Alright, nice, this is good. You said this UK, and we'll get a nice, bold font. Not Arial, come on. Tell me you got better font than Arial. Helvetica, not yet. Let's go. Bold, please. Sorry, I'm concentrating right now. That's a fucking good face though, man. Yeah, we get peak viewers at this time. This is why I stay on, because we need our peak viewership at this time. That's amazing. Because there's no way to get outline here though. It's like Microsoft Word form, that's almost. Right, we'll get that one, we'll make this one black. Alright, it's solid, it's fine. We just need to make it black, and it's gonna be awesome. Let's make two black. Alright, make it black. There's complex shit I'm doing here. Reinventing the wheel and everything, you know, as I always do, right? Oh, what? Make that one black. Okay, this is good, this is good. Pedophilia is the new gay. That should be a good thumbnail. I'm gonna get a good thumbnail on like my most dullest video, but who cares? Alright, that's good. Good. Alright, okay, we got a clear thumbnail for this. I should probably do text on the other ones. I think we need to set you up with a better merch shop with more options. I've actually got somebody who's doing that right now, yeah. And they're doing it of no cost. Except they're going to take a cut. But when they take a cut, it's still going to be the same price as what I have right now. So, you're right, but I'm one step ahead of you. Yeah, I'm going to make all 3 of these videos have the same thumbnail because I just want it to be clear they're all the same day, you know? Don't want like PNG compressor. I need to upload the file and compress the PNG. It's not like, but it's fine. It's fine. It's silly, but it's fine. I need to wash my hair. Alright, let's have a nice shower tonight. I think you need to set me up with a lovely ginger lady so I can have lots of babies with a ginger lady. I think that's what you need to do. Know any nice young ginger ladies in New York that want to have 15 babies? Because I'm ready, son. I just need to get some money in the bank account. People are asking if you meet any girl. I answered, Rodrigo. I answered, brother. I literally answered the question. I don't want a New Yorker, really? Bro, the girls I saw in like New York were so tall. They were like I was like tired below them. Actually, most people in New York were pretty tall. But especially when I was walking about Broadway sort of area and stuff, get myself a nice southern girl. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I'm quite an odd mix of places and things, right? But I kind of like someone who's quite arty and things. I mean, I feel like that's rare. Maybe Appalachian. Go to Appalachia. Nah, I'm kidding. I don't travel like that, okay? I don't travel like that. I would if I was smart, but I don't travel like that. What's Menara mean? Like, that place is like it has no tourists. It's on the other side of the airport. Oh, Menara's a different city. I should go there. I bet there's gonna be loads of locals in this other city. And no tourists in Menara. Basically, I said, we did very little in the way of interactions today. Yes, there were girls, we met girls, but we didn't like do any girl content today, if that makes sense. But we did, fuck. Hang on, I'm using maximum brain power to change this text from white to black. we did just kill the vibe, I think. Like, me and this guy just did not clash well, and I was just really annoyed the whole time and trying to get rid of him without being rude, which is stupid because you just need to be rude. You need to be straight up. You need to tell him what for. It's just like, mate, this is fucking annoying. I want you to go away. I need to get content. You're killing the vibe. And he might have respected that, but I didn't do that. So because I didn't do that, we had a day that was full of a bunch of shit. It's cool though. This card changes. You really gonna take that long to change one thumbnail? Come on, bro. You missed most of that. You'll need to find time to watch it. I popped on towards the end of your time with him, and he seemed a tad annoyed. Bro, you don't need to rewatch that shit. Like, you don't need to stress about it. Let me think. What should you watch? We're gonna watch one thing from my day today. Like, I didn't really crash out at any point. I think towards the end, when it was getting to raining and things, when we were eating tagine, we had some interesting conversations. And then right at the start as well, but you were there for the whole start, I think. Like, still after Mickey left, for him being weird, it was still interesting. I'm gonna do the same thing with the text again. Let's go. Speed run tour. Tangier was so weird because I was ill for the whole first part of the time that I was there. Ill and dumb in the hood. I mean, I arrived there and I just do nothing but lie in bed for 2 days. I literally didn't go out to even eat food or anything. My food thing is so weird. Are you guys weirded out by my food thing? Like, do you think it's pretty odd the way I eat foods, the way I'm using a diet to fix my autoimmune conditions and shit? Is that not fucking weird? I think it's weird, but it works. Honestly, like, all this time I spent with doctors and they're trying to help me and they did nothing to help me out. And then just doing some diet, cutting out sugar, cutting out starch, cutting out everything, it's fine. So I was only there for the last few minutes of interaction with him. Came just before you were going to play and then decided not to. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry for not playing. Yeah, it was just not the fucking vibe. Maybe I should have played. But nah, because when people are in a mood and it's like you play and it's just like dead and what the fuck's going on with this connection? Because that was like, that video has so many watch time hours it might actually get shown to lots of new people and stuff. You wouldn't enjoy my diet, but on different strokes for different folks. Yeah, but the thing is, like, the thing I don't like is I hate being weird to people. You know, I hate feeling like I'm inconveniencing them so much by having weird conditions in a restaurant. Like, I am the least, I'm not kidding, I know it sounds insane, but I am the least fussy person. I eat any food. That's why I got so annoyed at him today when he's like, oh, you don't like potato? He kept saying it as well. I told him to stop saying it. He keeps going, oh, you don't like potato? Bro, I'm not a fucking baby. I eat any food you give to me, except now because I've got a crazy diet, okay? But generally speaking, I will not avoid food just because I dislike it. I think that's a childish thing to do. I think it's silly. I think it's silly. I genuinely do not do that. There's no foods that's a food that people eat that I'm aware of that I avoid. It's just not a thing. I was brought up to finish everything on my plate, always. So it really insults me when people are like that, you know? I'm like, come on, bro. Come on. Do I look like a fucking baby? Do I look like a dickhead idiot from a Kunzelhuis, you know what I'm saying? No. So no, I hate the food. I eat it. I enjoy it. I mean, my diet, I can be extremely restrictive. I could go and just even old enough to remember that the scheme, in a Catholic housing scheme, everyone wears green, something like that. Are you even old enough to, or you just read that? I just read that. Oh, come on, everything's loading. The internet's dead. Oh, it's back, internet's back. It was a show that follows the lives of people in Kilmarnock. Oh, well, you know, I lived very near to Kilmarnock. Like, I'm from that area. My bagpipes have a cover that says Michaela Bagpipes. Michaela Bagpipes is based in Kilmarnock. It's got a nice train station. Nice train station. Gets to that. That's all I need. Once you've got a nice train station, I don't need to spend any more time in your country. These songs are not very clear, to be honest, but I'm beginning to think of better text to do. The selfie of me that I was joking about, this the current thumbnail of this video, is actually a really clear image. You might recognize some of the families then. Nah, I don't know people from Kilmarnock. I don't know anybody from that part of town. But I'd go through there on the train. That's about it. I don't think I did any experience. I think I went to the bagpipe shop maybe once, to Michaela bagpipes, but no, I don't do that really. I changed my channel page as well, so it'll be like selected videos first. So I'll have like my favorite 3 streams so far. So like first day was Salahedin. IRL bagpipes and a motorbike's gonna be number 1 because yes, it was just so good. IRL1 with Salahedin. What do you think of, it was the on thank knock-in law housing schemes? I don't know those schemes. I actually realize I wouldn't know any schemes at all. IRL2, IRL3, IRL in, what do we call it? Salahedin, is that right? Salahedin. The blues in the background is cool. It is nice, isn't it? I like it. It's actually a nice hostel. It's sad. I don't know how much you got to see of it because the internet did its own thing. IRL1 with Salahedin. I don't really want to like do too much crazy stuff with the thumbnails and things and titles, but it needs to be clear for sure. I definitely think that motorbike one is not clear for such a really good video. I maybe shouldn't use a best shot from the night. Alright, let's make a playlist of all these streams. We're gonna do that, that'll be good. Craig Lang. Of course I know Craig Lang, come on. But Craig Lang is not real. It's just, I think you know that, right? You know that Craig Lang is not real. Just a cool place. Cool place. With Jack and Victor and Winston and Tam. Let's see how many I can do with this. Oh. Someone didn't like the blues, I think. Right, holy shit, we're gonna see if we can get to the end of this. The internet, the Wi-Fi here just seems to keep dying and then coming back and then dying and then coming back. There's no reliability to it. And then the other thing is this app, when the Wi-Fi dies out, it just won't come back on again. I swear I keep hearing this Arabic accents and thinking this they're Scottish. Arabic, so I can tell. Rod, at the top. Alright, shall we do the poetry and stuff? If this Wi-Fi dies one more time, I'm going to end the stream. I don't want to go without saying goodbye though. Can we just do a goodbye? Because I don't want to do poetry and then just disconnecting partway through. Or should we do one thing? Anybody have a Bible verse? I don't have a Bible verse. Let's get Grok going. Grok can give me a good Bible verse. Rely on Grok. Let's see, my YouTube channel should look awesome now. Because I'm customizing my channel so that it's going to have the lives at the top always. So I always wanted to have the lives there, and then scrolling down you see all the shorts and things afterwards. Shouldn't be the other way around. Like, nobody should see the shorts when they first look at my channel. It should always be lives and then actual videos. That's bad. Popular videos. I don't know, that's just not videos, they're shorts. Headed back to Rabat or Casablanca before flying home. Nah. I'm flying from Agadir. I've been Casablanca and Rabat twice. Look mate, I'm gonna do, should we do a Burns poem? Let's do a Burns poem, okay. So the embassy, the Marines won't get to hear you for the Marines hymn. No, sorry man. I was considering going to Rabat, but that's really expensive from here now. Oh, the kilometers dropping. Is this gonna glitch out again? Don't drop again, please don't drop again. Okay, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Okay. Yeah, we'll read the Burns poem. The Burns poem will do a part of your American thing, and then we'll do one Bible verse. My curse upon your venom stang, that shoots my tortured gums a-lang, and throw my luggies money twang, with gnawing vengeance, tearing my nerves with bitter pang, like racking engines. Oh, I know this one. This is about toothache. I'll doon my beard the slivers trickle. I throw the wee stools o'er the mickle, while round the fire the giglets keckle to see me loop. And raving mad, I wish a heckle were other dupe. When fevers burn, or ague freezes, rheumatics not, or colic squeezes, our neighbours sympathise to ease us with pity and moan. But thee, they'll hallow a disease, they mock our groan. Where'er that place be, where are the tones o' misery yell, and the ranked plagues their numbers fell, in dreadful raw. Thou, toothache, surely bear'st the bell, amang them all. O thou grim mischief-making chiel, that gars the notes of discord squeal, till daft mankind daft dance a reel, and gore a shoe thick. Gia, the fays of Scotland wheel, a towman's toothache. There you go. So that's basically him talking about how miserable and how terrible his toothache is. I can imagine toothache is absolutely awful. And then he goes on and talks about comparing it to all these great, disastrous, terrible things we experience in the world, and saying, surely the toothache is worse than anything else. Randomly, I find a randomly selected Bible verse relates to dealing with insufferably annoying people. Remember, by the way, we're going to talk about this first thing in the morning. Yeah, exactly. And his era, what era was Burns? It was early 19th century, 1800s. Right, we got a proverb about fools or something like that. I think we'll. Alright, okay. The wicked covet the spoil of evildoers, but the root of the righteous bears fruit. An evil man is ensnared by the transgression of his lips, but the righteous escapes from trouble. From the fruit of his mouth a man is satisfied with good, and the work of his hands returned to reward him. The way of a fool is right in his own eyes, but a wise man listens to advice. The vexation of a fool is known at once. You right, man? Okay, be quiet.
We have to be sleeping.
Okay, sorry. Alright, we all whisper. The way of a fool is
in his own eyes, but a wise man listens to advice. The vexation of a fool is known at once, but the prudent ignores an insult. Whoever speaks the truth gives honest evidence, but a false witness utters deceit. There is one whose rash words are like sword thrusts, but the tongue of the wise brings healing. Truthful lips endure forever, but a lying tongue is but for a moment. Deceit is in the heart of those who devise evil. But those who plan peace have joy. No evil can happen to the righteous, but the wicked are filled with trouble. Lying lips are an abomination to the Lord, but those who act faithfully are his delight. A prudent man conceals knowledge, but the heart of fools proclaim folly. Alright. Thank you very much, guys. Have a good sleep. We'll speak about all this tomorrow morning, okay? I don't think I'm going to be very early starting. I thought about getting up early and doing it, and I'm not going to do it, but I'll stream as soon as I go out to the pictures. I'll start streaming and we can go into the pictures together. We'll come back and do it together here, and we can talk about the proverb and what you thought about it and shit. The proverb, by the way, is 12:12 to 23 ESV. Whatever that means. What was the ESV? I don't think I've read. I think what I read was JEX. Okay, I can't remember. Anyway, good night, guys. Sleep well. Have a little think about what I talked about, and I'll speak tomorrow morning. We see if we can remember the stuff and see if we can take something away from it.